Hey, what's up, everybody? Hold on. I have to get my. Here we go. Hey, everybody. How are y'all doing? Friends, family, and the rest of you, welcome. How are y'all? How are y'all? How are y'all? How in the freak are y'all? Um, Glad y'all could join me. Glad y'all can be here. Tis an honor. Tis a joy. Um, I want to say that that I do want that I hope that as many black men come in here as possible. Um, mm, mm, mm. So how are y'all? As I'm trying to get my as I'm trying to gather people to come up in here. How are y'all? How are y'all, wonderful people? Like, how are y'all? What is going on, friends and family? Um, Hey, bro. Hope you ate. Yes, I did. I'm still a bit under the weather. This really just happened like not too long ago. Like or it actually happened overnight. I just like, I don't know, like, I don't know what happened, but I think I've been kind of overexerting myself a little bit, and I fell underneath the weather, and then of course the change in temperature outside. That also did a number on me as well. That tends to happen. Hey, all of you, how are you? Hey, my sister, how are you, Sharon? But yeah, it really just did take a toll on me, and yeah, yeah. But anyway, I see you, big sis. How are you, Auntie? I see you too. How are you? Um, Uncle's nearby. Okay. Oh yeah, it happens to me too. Make sure you rest. Yeah, I'm trying to. I said that as soon as I finish up with this live, I'm gonna sit down somewhere. Problematic. What's up, brother? I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, my guy. So yeah, y'all, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first day of Questions for Black Men. I see you, problematic. I'm gonna get you on in a minute. So, for those of y'all who were not here for the first season of Questions for Black Men and Questions for Black Women, I'm gonna tell y'all how this goes. So what it is I was asking y'all for like the past 2 months to email me questions, like if you're a black woman and you have questions that you really want to know from black men, ask those questions, and vice versa for black men in regards to black women. What I do is I compile these questions, and I have an all and for the first and for 4 days, it'll be 4 days out of this month. I will have an all black male panel, and then after that, the last 4 days, I will have an all black female panel, and yeah, we just excuse me, we just get together and answer these questions. So yeah, I really hope y'all are ready. Um, I hope my brothers are ready. So yeah, what I need right now is at least 4 to 5 black men. I got one in the box right now, but I need at least 4 to 5 black men to come in, to hop into the box. Um, Go ahead and hop on in, and I'm hoping that I can at least get a couple. But I would really like for at least three black men to hop in. I see one. Um, and I got him right now. Um, yeah, I need at least two more black men. I need at least two more black men to hop on up in here. If I can get there, that would be golden. Problematic. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Just getting home. The funny thing was, I just got my live access restored like an hour or two ago. I got it suspended and had to appeal it for the dumbest shit earlier today. I couldn't help but laugh. I was like, yo, are y'all serious?
For what?
I was on Dontrell's live, and a gentleman said something about black people loving drama as he was kind of talking about some of the issues we're discussing. And I said, hey, I just want to make the distinction that drama is not exclusive to black people. I said, you got to keep in mind Jerry Springer and things like that existed. White people love drama just as much. So let's not try to be exclusionary and pretend that our people are somehow prone to more drama than anybody else. 10 seconds later, it drops me from the live and says I'm suspended for hateful behavior. I'm like, wait, what?
What?
Yeah, I'm like,
That's crazy.
So I was like, are you serious? So I appealed it. I appealed it. Just got reinstated about an hour or two ago. So I'm just like, yo, they are wilding with me. Like, leave me alone.
That is insane. Like, I mean, it's not like you cussed somebody out or threatened somebody. I mean, you just made an astute observation and wow.
Right. Yeah. No, exactly.
Man,
So I just kind of laughed and appealed it, and it just got reinstated. So I'm good. But so what's the discussion? I popped in. I didn't notice you were actually having a panel. I just popped in. What's going on?
oh yes, indeed. I don't know how long you've been. I don't know if you've seen my post, but this right here is going to be a. I want an all black male panel, and I have questions. I have some. I have some questions from black women that they want black men to answer right here.
Oh, okay. The
And
hot
it's
seat. That's what's up.
yeah. So, anybody that knows any black men that would that they want to hop on the panel, share this live with them. Tell them I'm waiting for them. Yeah, man, because I really want to. Yeah, everybody, whatever black man y'all know that y'all want to answer these questions, please share the live with them and get them on up in here. Because the more participation, the better it's gonna be. So so yeah, but yeah, I did this. I actually did this live problematic early last year, and it was, I mean, it was a huge turnout. Like it was so dope. Like to see men and women from both ends like just coming together and you know what kind of questions whatever questions that come from black women that they want to know from us but you only have 105 followers so you oh god so
And
you can't
I'm
get up here
also
no.
say this before we get started. Don't get mad at you don't like some of these answers. Now I will provide full context, but just be aware some of these answers. Sometimes the truth is hard to hear, but I will give full context. I'm not a Samuelite. Y'all know me. I'm gonna explain why certain things may be the way they are in the answer. But I want to give that disclaimer. Sometimes some of these answers are gonna be tough to hear.
Yeah, and that's all, and you know what, and that's all black women want. That's all the women in here want is for us to be honest, and just tell the truth about these things. That's why it's always better. It's always better to have these conversations with conscious black men such as you and me. Um, you know, but yeah,
Yeah, because I
but
think
the
like
last time
somebody
we did
like
it, but the last time we did it though, like, but here's the wild part about it. The last time we did it, and everybody, every black man that was in here, like we were being dead ass honest, and it's starting right now, Shiro. We were dead ass honest, and um, they actually they respected it. So that's what I'm saying. Like it was extremely productive. Nobody got the arguing, nobody got the tussling. So I'm hoping for the same turnout this time. Um, Now, Moonlight, I asked you. I'm gonna get on you, lady. I made a post where I asked y'all to email me these questions, and here you are putting the question in the comment section. See, you're hard headed. See, you're hard headed. You're hard headed. But I will put it down though. I will put it down though. Oh, you're new. Okay, you off the hook this time. This time you off the hook. I'll accept that. But I will put it. I will put that down though. That will be one of the Yeah, but he did say email. I did say email, Jermaine. I did say that. There's another brother. Swallow gentleman, I see you, bro. Come on up in here, partner. Be a part of this panel. Auntie, whenever Unc is ready, I'm waiting on him. I'm waiting on him. So
All right, I'm gonna turn my camera on after I install my Brazilian 9-inch weave beard. I saw you make the video hating on the brothers with the extensions and the beard. I'm finna put mine on.
don't put no flammable synthetic beard on in my live. I already had to check one cat for that. Don't you do it. All right, I got. Now I got 3 of y'all. Now this finna be nice.
What did you,
Yeah.
nephew?
Hold on.
What's going on? What's
Wait
going
a
on? Where
minute.
Unc at?
Wait, hold on. Why bro say he said why man say Brazilian synthetic weave? I'm through with it.
Right. He said Brazilian. This dude said Brazilian synthetic weave. You're gonna put some Brazilian hair that you have no idea. You have no idea how many hands done touched it on your face. Very responsible. Very
I wash it
responsible.
with Pantene shampoo before I put it on my face.
I'm through with it. I'm through
Joe,
with
I
it.
see you,
I'm
brother.
through
Come on
with it.
in here, brother. Come on in here, brother. I see you, Joe. If you're able to. If you're able to.
Why?
But
Unc is trying to make sure that he is presentable. So give him a moment.
all right, cool.
Why do I feel like we finna start some shit?
Oh yeah. Oh look. Every time I do this, we starting it. So this should be no different from any other live. But, yeah.
Say,
I hear
Swab.
I don't trust Smitty. I don't trust any hair. I don't trust any hair that done came off of that was not attached to my head. Okay. I don't care. I don't care. What really problematic. Oh Lord, he done got the problematic. He got the Dixie Norman's beard on.
Why you do this?
Lord have mercy.
Oh shit!
Hey, no.
Yes, please. And
Yeah.
one cigar.
I'm
Out here
stuck
looking
shit
like
today.
Out here looking like a Black Shank song. Okay, I see you, partner.
I mean, he said he up there. Finish him.
Not
Right.
not Black Shane. Hold on. He said
That's
not
a
Black
Black
Shane
Shane
song. I
song
ain't
over
fucking with
here.
you, Mike. Shut up, fool.
Good to see you, Army girl. How are you, baby?
I ain't fucking with it. I'm not fucking.
Hey, Shemaine.
The
So
profile pic is actually one of those AI things.
What's
I did
going
one of
on,
those
people?
things, and that's where that came from. They extended the beard like a motherfucker.
right. Yeah, so anyway, to any other black man that has at least 1,000 that has live access, any black man at all that has live access, I still have 2 boxes open for you. So we can answer these questions. Is that you? Did I hear you?
There he is. There he
Okay.
is. He's coming.
All right, nice.
As soon as I get
So we at least got 3.
There.
Yeah.
All right, let me turn on the camera.
But I'm gonna let y'all know now.
Oh
There he
The
is.
census- and now I hope,
on?
brothers, what is
Salutations.
happening?
All right. How's everyone doing?
Salutations to
Yeah.
you too as well, brother.
Good.
All right, now, so we're gonna go
Salutations to you,
ahead. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and get on into it. Now, understand some of these questions. Now, a lot of them I did get a lot that focused that zeroed around accountability. I did get some that I don't know will. Depending on y'all, and I don't know, y'all might have the answer, y'all might not have the answer, but all black women want from us is to be honest. So, yeah. Honestly, the first question, is pretty straightforward, but it is a question that we have heard from black women many, many times over, and it goes simply like this: why do so many black men have hatred for black women?
Is that directed toward any of us or just
Drama.
me?
Anybody who's ready to answer.
Well, I'm
Shit, I'll get my
65
cycle
years
valid
old.
first if y'all want. Shit.
Whoever want to answer first.
So
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, problematic.
All right, so I think there's a couple different answers to this, right? Because not all men are going to be the same, and obviously I can only speak from what I observe since I don't personally have a disdain for black women, and I know that they're going to be upset because I'm speaking for them, but I'm speaking on what I have observed. So I think there's kind of two layers to it. The first one is the obvious, right? We're dealing with a lot of incels. There's a lot of dudes that really only view women as vessels for sex. And if they are unsuccessful in getting said sex, they're going to have a resentment because they cannot get what they want from these people. They don't really humanize women. They just see them as something to gain sex from. They can't get it, so they're upset. They're angry. They're agitated by this. And you see it manifest in that vitriol and that disdain, right? The second part of it, unfortunately, probably, and this is where I say it's going to get complicated because there's a cycle involved, but they do have a disdain for their mothers, right? They saw their mothers, whether it was get with ain't shit men or their mothers took certain behaviors out on them as children because they were raising them as a single parent, or maybe the child reminded the mother of the father, so she took certain things out on him. Some of them were raised by single mothers who, you know, as bad as it may be, they did the best they could, but maybe they failed. So maybe these men have a resentment towards women because of a failed parental relationship, right? And that's not to say that the blame is all 100% on black women, because clearly there was a man who made her a single mother, so there's an absence of a father that's involved, but there is going to be a part of it that has to do with direct parentage, right? If we look at simple psychology, Freudian psychology says that the relationships that a child has with their parent is going to reflect in their relationships outward with other men or women throughout their life. So there can be multiple parts of it, and it's not to say it's to blame, but those are possible explanations for it.
Word. What about you, Swa?
I was going to say it has to do with a lot of trauma, and it just not just be limited to just the mother. That could be with any black woman that is close and close. So that could be, and remember, there's a good group of us black men who have lived with other single black women outside of mama. We're talking about auntie, we're talking about grandmama as well. So based on his relationship with auntie and grandmama, or even the women cousins, the lady cousins in his family that have done him significant mental harm, he can project that hatred for them onto other black women that he does not know and that don't deserve that. So a lot of the behavior that these brothers exhibit, it comes from home, because how he's treated at home is going to resemble how he treats a black woman outside the home that he meets. You know, if he was raised by a narcissistic woman, there's a chance that he's going to exhibit narcissistic behavior. Another side of that is maybe imitating his homeboy's behavior, and I say that because you have these homeboys that, you know, treat black women badly, and they hey Mo Better, and they, you know, thinking that they this player and this Mac Daddy and all this stuff like that, and so somebody that doesn't have a positive male role model can see that and like, oh, this is how you treat women. So, and that's, you know, and the low key, you're picking up hatred for black women by handing around those dumb homeboys that don't do anything but, because problematic says chase after black women just to, you know, have sex with them. So it's a combination.
Breaking up, Swa.
It's a combination of,
You're breaking up pretty tough, Swa.
Hold on 1 second. This is my signal. I hate this dang my work. Let me fix that.
Well, here's the thing.
Camera.
Okay. Now here's the thing though. Because I'm hearing like,
go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Now here's the thing I want to ask before I get to Unc. And this is really for you, problematic and Swab, because I hear two different
Mm-hmm.
sides. I hear a lot of it has to do with, single mothers. And then I also hear that a lot of it has to do with, with the father not, not being a part of being a part of her, a part of that man's life. So what do you think when you weigh both of these on the scale, which side do you think is heavier?
Um, I don't know. I'll be honest. That's a good question because so the first thing we have to say is that obviously young men or women are going to base what they perceive a healthy relationship to be based on what they see from their parents. That's the first example they're going to have. So if they see
Hmm.
nothing, they're going to be flying blind. That's men or women. Now, is it to say who's more responsible? In every situation, we don't know the case because some of those single parents may be through divorce, right? Maybe it didn't work out.
Hmm.
Some of them may be because the man obviously manipulated and then dipped after the child was born, right? Some
Hmm.
cases, the woman pushed the man away. Uh,
Yeah.
but at some point, what happens, either way, is that the women that are left don't give an example for how they should be loved and treated. So the man doesn't have an idea for how to love and treat a woman. He has nothing to go by. And that's
Hmm.
not, again, to say it's her fault. Clearly, there is an absentee father in those cases that we're talking about. Not every father is absentee, but the ones we're talking about, there's clearly an absent. So that's solely on that man. Now, where it starts to become more her issue is, does she continue to make these choices? Does she stay with a man who sets a bad example? And then this man says, well, I have no respect. I don't have to respect women. My mother stayed with this guy who's not respecting her. Why should I respect women? Clearly, it works. She stayed with him. So I don't, it's hard to gauge heavier, right? Because in psychology, that's one of the things you always have to do is you have to weigh variables and see how those variables intersect. And sometimes they just all contribute. They're covariables. There's not one that's a higher
Chica.
dependent variable than the other. So to measure out degrees, I think is really difficult because I think each situation is going to be a little bit different. So as where one situation the mother may be more at fault, the other situation the absent father may be more at fault. So it's overall, it's really hard to say. I just think it's one of those things that's cyclical. And because all of these different things contribute to it, it is important to address look, these are real issues. And that's why I don't like when the men are always just blaming the mothers. Like, no, look, mothers have some part in it. We can obviously admit that it takes two, right? But
Yeah.
when
Hmm.
you're never addressing the men, that's become the focal point of this part of social media that we're seeing now, where the men only want to focus on the women. I'm like, no, there's two involved. You can go ahead and say, yes, the mother has some responsibility, but when you completely ignore the responsibility of the father, that's the problem. So I can't personally say who's more at fault. I think they're going to contribute in different ways to different people. So that's
Hmm.
just my take on that.
Okay. Okay. Swab, what about you?
Um, it's a hard one too because uh no one is both are cause it's a hard one to say because I can't weigh which one is worse. The father being there or the mother being abusive and things of that nature. They kind of go both hand in hand. So in my opinion, they balance each other out because it still contribute. Both of those issues both contribute to the hatred that a lot of black men harbor towards black women. And as problematic said, we don't know everybody's situation. Whether the parents have never been together, or the parents were together and at some point in the child's life they got a divorce. So every situation is different. You just
Hmm.
it's a case by case, but They're both on the same level to me. That's my opinion on it.
Okay. All right, that's what's up. Unc, I'm gonna ask you the question, and Chico, I'm gonna ask you the question that we're currently on right now.
All right.
So, Unc, in your own words, why do so many black men have hatred for black women?
I think it goes back to how little boys are raised in the first place. Let's go all the way back and look at the things that we see in media. I can remember the old comedy series, The Little Rascals, or the Our Gang series, and all the little boys would get together in a treehouse and say, "Well, this is our boys' club, and no girls allowed, and we don't want no stinking girls here." And so you grow up with that, and then you have all the buddy films, the Three Musketeers, the Three Amigos, the Expendables, all these guys that get together and shake hands and rub arms and fight and die and drink beer together and all that stuff. You know, bros before hoes. And guys grow up with a one-sided mentality. Then when they discover sex, they think that's all a woman is there for. And they are not taught that a woman has feelings, a woman has her own intellect, a woman has her own wants, needs, and desires. Now, if you're a man that takes that into consideration, then you're called a simp. What you care what the women think? Well, what guys are forgetting is that women make up half the population of the planet. You're going to have to get along with them. You have to. You know, and guys that don't get their way, really, they just make themselves out to be spoiled little brats. They stamp their feet. I didn't get no pussy Friday night, so I'm going to hate all the women. You know, what is that all about? What is that all about? You know, be mature. You know, be mature.
Damn.
Oh, man.
You know, I'm sorry. That's just the way I look at it.
Word. Chico, what's up, brother?
What's happening, bruh?
Oh,
Peace,
man.
How everybody doing this evening?
What up, Chico?
Doing good. All right, Chico, it's your turn to answer this question. Why do so many black men have hatred for black women?
I mean, it's a combination. Like, I was listening to the brother speak. It's a combination of all of the above. You know, because the thing is, human beings, if they don't have any respect for their mother, which looks like whom looks like them, why would they have respect for any other woman that looks like them?
Mm-hmm.
And I think society has done a number in making it that black women are the problem. Like, it's so much black woman bashing in the world, especially in this country, that people are becoming desensitized. Like, we call it the idiot box for a reason, bruh.
Mm-hmm.
You an idiot if you believe everything you hear and believe everything you see, because seeing ain't always believing. Perception ain't always reality.
Mm-hmm.
It's the picture. That don't mean it's reality.
Look, watching the comments, make sure we ain't got no trolls.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah, it's a combination of everything, man. Like, I have a black mother. I love her to death. So,
wow.
I can never hate black women. I mean, that's just how I think. You know, I can't really speak for every man, but the ones I've seen, a lot of them, man, low key loathe their mothers, loathe their mothers, and you know what I mean. And it's just like what I don't know if it was Swire Up that said this, but it was up. Up just said this. That objectify women, and when they don't get what they want, they stomp their feet, get pissed off, and all y'all the same, and yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and and some of these
Now let
same
me.
brothers will kiss the ass of a white woman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It could be the
Now,
punk, it could be the funkiest ass on earth. They gonna kiss it because they believe it to be superior. Some brothers subscribe to white supremacy wholeheartedly. It's just facts. We see it every
mm,
day.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like at the end of the day, ain't nothing wrong with a little therapy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because we got to get this shit together. Because we don't need our women resenting us for not taking accountability for the bullshit we put out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have
Hey,
to.
let me add
We don't have to
something real
go.
quick. What I have here is a poem that I saved, and this was written in 1873. And this is by a black man by the name of Lewis Latimer, who was a black inventor from 1848 to 1928. But he wrote this poem to his fiancee, Mary Wilson, in 1873, and it's entitled Ebony Venus. I'm dedicating this to all the black women. Let others boast of maidens fair, of eyes of blue and golden hair. My heart, like needles ever true, turns to the maid of ebon hue. I love her form of matchless grace, the dark brown beauty of her face, her lips that speak of love's delight, her eyes that gleam as stars at night. O'er marble Venus let them rage, who set the fashions of the age. To each his taste, but as for me, my Venus shall be ebony.
That was beautiful.
Nice. Nice.
Man, that's dope.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
Love it.
Yeah. Now let
Not
me
to
ask
cut you
y'all
off,
now.
Mike. I'm reading the comments.
Uh-huh.
What's this creator? She makes a good. There's one sister in there makes a valid point. But what's her name?
Rejection
Quiet
from trauma.
Storm. Quiet Storm 610 talk about a lot of men have trauma from rejection. Man, listen.
Uh-huh.
That's
This
true.
coming from a man. Welcome to life. Every man gets rejected. Suck it up. Period. Like dudes get mad because a woman said no. Man, miss me with nonsense, homie. Everybody gets rejected.
That part.
You know what I'm
That part.
saying? I'm like, bro, like she said
Like,
no, so I'ma hate. Man, you got some dudes still mad that they 8th grade crush don't never like them. Let that go.
mm-hmm.
Bro, get some therapy, man. Like us as black men, we need to anyway, for the most part, anyway. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like, so if you gonna go off being rejected, like, man, I don't know, bro. I've been rejected. Unc's been rejected. Swaz been rejected. You've been rejected.
Yep.
Problematic has been
Yeah.
rejected. And none of us are bad looking brothers.
It did happen once in the late '90s, and that's why I stopped approaching women after that. I didn't like it. I wasn't
You
a
know
fan of
what?
it.
Problematic.
Shut
That,
up, fool.
damn it, man. Leave it to problematic, damn it.
And I'm
Damn.
saying, bruh, like, that
That's
shit
why his
irks
name
my
is
soul,
probably.
bruh. Like, mind you, I remember, like, for some reason, some cats felt like it was cool to come to me about certain things. Because you know how some dudes react when they get rejected? Those of us that done been in the clubs back in our heyday, we done all seen this dumb shit. And I'm sure all y'all done seen this. Bear with me. Dude, hey, what's your name? Can I take you out? And she can say anything. I got a boyfriend. I'm married. This, that, and the third. She can say, I got 12 kids and an itch that won't go away. They can say
Mm.
whatever. And these same dudes, well, bitch, I ain't want you anyway. I got a
Hell yeah,
$1,200
man.
belt. I got $60 socks. What that got to do, dog? Bruh, she said no.
Yes.
What that got to do with anything?
I done seen a dude do that before though. I remember
I done seen
I
plenty
was
of
at a
niggas do that, bruh. Like, God
yeah.
damn.
I seen a cat. Check this out. When I was still living in Nashville, I seen a cat. I was at a bar,
You talking about
and this
Donnell?
cat, man, he saw this bartender, and he really wanted her attention, but he did it the wrong freaking way. He coming to her saying, "Hey, stripper gal, come over here, stripper gal, come talk to me, cause I think you sexy, stripper gal. Come
Not
over
stripper
here,
gal.
baby. Yeah,
Not
stripper gal,
Stripper
not
stripper
gal.
stripper
gal. That's how he
gal.
referred to her as
He
stripper
from
gal,
Mississippi, ain't he?
and
That
stuff.
sound like some
Yeah, and
Mississippi shit, bruh.
yeah,
Come here, stripper gal.
and yeah,
Damn.
and she turned around. She saw him. She said, "No." She said, "No, no, no, sir, no, sir. I'm not finna mess with you." All of a sudden, he go from that to, "Oh well, motherfucker, you went all that fine no way. I ain't even want you no way, bro. Stop lying.
Or worse.
Yeah.
That's
Stop
why you hurt.
lying.
Like, hold up, sir.
But
You
like,
damn
dude,
sure ain't
come
have a
on,
problem
man.
with it. Hold up. I'm
Mm-mm.
reading the comments too, man. I don't mean to
Skate
cut you off.
Gorgeous said
Right. Let me
that's why
wrap
she keep
this
that
up.
thing on her. Skate Gorgeous
Yeah,
say that's why she keep that thing on her.
That's why skate keep
Yeah.
that heat on her.
Keep that
She'll tell you
thing
in a
on her.
heartbeat.
Skate
She'll
gorgeous.
tell you in a heartbeat. This
XZD7984
is
said,
why I
I
carry
used to
my
tell
penny
him she
pack.
was a man, bruh. Let me reply to that. Some of these dudes be knowing some of these women are men and go that way. I'm just saying.
Right. But
Yeah.
the craziest thing with me and rejection personally. Now, this may sound a little different because I've been the nerd, the square since I was a kid. Like my thing is I'm used to it on that basis. So it don't really hurt me that bad when you tell me no. If I shoot my shot, say, hey, how you doing? My name is Francois. I don't mean to disturb you, but I thought you're attractive and I would like to get your number and see if I can, call you sometimes. No, thank you. Okay, that's fine. You have a good day. Keep it pushing.
Yeah, man,
It's a
that's
thing.
because you a man, Swy. You got
Yeah,
some
but
you got some nuts about yourself. You a
right.
stand-up dude.
But
You
but you
know,
know the
everybody
craziest thing
ain't
about
stand up.
right, the craziest thing about the whole rejection thing, it really comes from the dudes that when you see how they approach women, you can tell by their aura that they peaked in high school. In high school, they was the popular guy. They probably were the athlete or that one pretty boy that stayed with the drip. But now that they are adults, they don't have that same charisma
My
that they have
card here.
Yeah,
that they had in high school. So,
yeah.
you know,
But what
You see
they
fifty?
a lot
just
of that.
don't get the same
And
reaction.
Cut out some of this
But
ceiling
I
Swab,
here.
probably know like
what did
two or
50
three
say though?
dudes.
But what did 50 say though? Damn, homie. In high school, you was a
In
man,
high
homie.
school, you
Man,
was
What
a
happened to
man,
you?
homie.
but
Put the
yo,
front behind it.
Yeah, put that behind it.
Quiet,
Yeah, that
there's a
behind it.
couple. It's only
Quiet
probably
Storm
two
said,
or
"I've been
three
here to."
dudes. It's probably two or three dudes that fit that actually were the
That
popular
better?
guys, but they were good dudes. And I
I want to
know
see
these
mine
brothers
down.
Right.
personally. Both of them then went on
Oh,
to be,
snooty.
either successful or semi-successful or whatever endeavors they on. You know what I'm saying? Like me and one of them used to get into it a
There was
lot,
nothing
but
with that.
he was a good dude. He had a good heart. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, a lot of these cats done peaked. Some of them done peaked in elementary school, damn high school. So
Damn.
when they go to high school, they already lame to the game.
Damn.
hmm
Not peaked in elementary.
I'm so done with him.
You know what I'm saying? It's like I had to just put my 3.5
Man, you know what?
cents in. Yeah, no. I don't mean to interrupt. It's just certain shit like this, I get super passionate. So if y'all feel like I'm
So
talking over y'all, man, I apologize. Please forgive me.
you all
You
good,
all
Chico. It's all
good.
love, brother.
Like I
You
had to
are
I
all
That
had to
good.
get that out there. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. Like, man, if you don't get your punk ass on with that dumb shit. I remember one dude walked up to me, one dude was mad because he had got rejected and we were semi-cool. He had got mad, like, man, she stuck up. And me being me, I'm like, bruh, let me tell you something. She just wasn't stuck on you. At least she
Uh,
had the common decency to let you know that you weren't her cup of tea. What stuck up about that, fam? Like, she has
Right.
every right to say no. And I saw somebody in the comments, I forgot who it was, but said, yeah, it's a sense of entitlement. Yeah, with a lot of dudes it is. Because you have some dudes that still have that chauvinistic mindset. That mindset of if I'm talking to a woman, she better listen to me or talk to me. Because now, you know what I'm saying, you got dudes, not to say that this ain't always been happening, but you got dudes that they'll blast a woman for saying no, bruh. Like, that shit is crazy to me.
Yes.
Like, to me, you
Yeah.
telling
Yo.
man,
me, like, that lets me know some of them dudes have boyfriends in jail. They just doing shit to go back to jail. Because
Yo,
if you killing a woman because she said no,
See, that's
that's
the
the
tough
right,
that's
part.
the
I
that
think
ultimate
that
bitch
part.
shit.
That part.
That's
for
the
some men, I think
ultimate
this is
bitch
the
shit.
right,
so this is the real
Right.
tough part for me personally. It took me a long time and talking to a lot of my women friends to really understand this, because as a person who navigates differently, when I would hear this type of shit, it sounds crazy to me because I could never imagine. Like, I'm like, what,
Yeah.
men really do this shit? And after they would show
right.
me inboxes and they would show me their text messages, I was, I was stunned, and it took me years to really absorb the fact there are men who actually do this. It was crazy to me, but it's a reality that they have to deal with, and trying to get to a place where we can figure out a way to change the minds of those men, I think, is the
That never
difficult part,
can.
because it's like,
Not until you
like you
ask
said, like
for
we all said, we all have different experiences. We don't think like that, but trying to figure out how we're going to communicate and how they need to stop behaving like that is the difficult part, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's facts. Because some cats stuck in their ways. They stuck in their ways, and unfortunately, you might have to do something to one of them to get through to him. Like, this is not tolerated. Like, because you got a lot
right.
of women out here that got, like, let me tell you something. Every beautiful woman, everybody know I got a beautiful wife. Every last
Yes, sir.
one of them got a male figure in their family that's crazy as cat shit. And if
Hmm.
they give the word, they will be looking for your black ass. So why would you put
Facts.
yourself in that position to where you can get unalive because your stupid ass wanted to be disrespectful?
They don't think
But
about
see,
that.
yeah,
No,
they
because a
don't.
lot of them,
Yeah,
some of them, yeah,
they so overrun by their emotions and their trauma that they don't even consider that.
yep,
You
Like,
know, you got every, believe it or not, everybody, but every single black, damn near every single black woman got that one person that if somebody fuck up too much, all they gotta do is call that one person, and it's on site, straight up
facts.
on site. And once it's on site, you done deal for your ass, partner.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Man,
and this
Your
and
head.
it and the reason why it's crazy to like guys like myself and problematic is, when you hear these, you really just trying to imagine the stuff, right? Like, these dudes really doing this to women after a woman saying no, like. And here
Which
was
is
my
well
first
within her
experience.
right to do.
Right. And here's my first experience with one of my women friends from the past that felt so uncomfortable walking home from the train station. She
mm-hmm.
used to call me every time she got off work. So I had this friend, I'm just gonna call her L for short. So about maybe 10 so years, maybe 15 or so years ago, 2008, 2007-ish or 2008-ish. So she used to work for this retail spot back home in the Bay Area. I'm from the Bay. So she used to call me at certain times and was like, "Hey, Squawk, can you talk to me while I walk home?" I was like, "What's going on?" She's like, "There's this guy that's following me and he's trying to talk to me," and I would hear him in the background. And I'm like, "Okay." So we talking about stuff. I'm like, how it works? She's like, talking about her coworkers and stuff like that. And she had just moved into this apartment in downtown Oakland. So the apartment, her apartment was around the corner from the train station or bar station.
Mm-hmm.
So she's walking and we talking and stuff like that. And I would hear the kids jig. I said, "You made it home?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Thank you." I was like, and she was explaining to me like how these dudes will walk up to her, you know, hey little mama, hey, check it out, Let me get your number though. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
damn, I was like, they really, and I'm thinking to myself, now, mind you, I'm in my 20s at this time. So I'm like, wait, these dudes really doing that? And we grown, we in our 20s and shit? She was like, yeah, like, and she had to
Hmm.
tell me, and a lot of other women have had to, tell the story that they have given out their phone numbers just so the dude can get the fuck out of their face. Just to
Hmm.
put it like, not because she wanted giving him some attention,
Yeah.
get the fuck out, giving the real phone number or the fake one to get the fuck out of her face. Nine
Yeah.
times out of ten, it was a real phone number, and I was like, and I'm listening to this shit, and I'm like, what? Like
And that's
I'm scratching my head. Like, you say no, you could be killed or you could be cussed out.
yeah.
You take the number, they get the perception that you're interested. I was like, damn, like these dudes can't really take a take the hint. Like she don't want you, and that's the scariest
Yeah.
shit for me to hear because I have a niece that's in her 20s. I have two nieces. One is 18 and the other one is about 23. And I get scared for them to run into a dude like that just don't take the hint. I don't want to talk to you. And that's scary because you don't want any woman close to you or any woman in general to feel like that, like, you know, or to go through that because that shit is dumb and that shit is scary. Because
Mm.
also, fellas, have y'all seen this video that went viral on TikTok about a year ago? There was this dude that he was so turned up and he was like set tripping on the ladies, and then when they rejected him, he went to the trunk of his car and got his gun.
Yeah, I heard about
Yeah.
that.
I
I
didn't hear
saw that.
about that.
Yeah.
I saw that on my FYP. Like this dude was set tripping or banging on the ladies at this open patio type restaurant. Yeah,
Yep. I saw that
Shantae
video.
Shantae Nicole, remember? Yep, Shantae Nicole and Cyber's cutie. Uh, yep, that was that video. I was just like, damn, like dude was so turned up. And then when they was like, nah, you doing too much, he went to the trunk of the car and got his pistol. I was like, see, this is why, that's whew, man.
Or the
Mm.
video of the guy that slammed the grocery cart into this woman's car because she told him no.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that. The,
Wow.
the man, the
I
man,
ain't see that
he
one, I see.
asked. She rolled up. She was putting her groceries in her truck in her SUV. Dude walks up, says, "Hey, says, hey, baby, you fine? Can I get your number?" She says, "No." Then he continues to be persistent, and each and every time she says, "No, no, 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 no." I counted. She rejected this man 9 separate times, and after the ninth time, he got so pissed off that he grabbed the shopping cart and he looked at the truck. He said, "Hey, this your truck?" And she said, "Yeah." As soon as she said, "Yeah," he rammed that shopping cart into her truck and then cussed her out.
Mm-hmm.
Just
See, now
just for just because he couldn't get a number.
here's the
Make
thing I
that make
Wow.
wonder,
sense.
right? Because you would think,
Wow.
honestly, that these men have been rejected enough that they would become used to it and have grown some thicker skin. So I do
Right.
honestly wonder, when we see those types of things, do you think this is the buildup of 89 other rejections and it finally hit its boiling point for that particular man? Because
Mm.
obviously, if these men are this aggressive with these particular situations we're hearing about, it's not their first time, right? They're out there, they're getting rejected. And I
Mm-hmm.
wonder why they haven't grown thicker skin to be able to move on, or if this, what we end up seeing in these situations, is the tipping point for that particular situation. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Right, it
I
could
don't
And
be.
think it's a
and that
matter
that's
of
a, and that's a
thicker skin.
possibility though.
I don't think
Go
it's
go
a
ahead.
matter of thicker skin. I think these guys just don't have any sense about emotions or have any sense about their own feelings about themselves.
Right.
I mean,
I agree with
if
that.
if you go when you're a little boy and you go to your mom and say, "Can I have a cookie?" and your mom tells you no, it's too close to dinner.
Right.
Okay, well, that's the same thing. You go to a woman, you say, "You mind if I spend some time with you?" And she says no. All right, well, then move on. What is there to
Right.
jump up and down and get mad about? But they act like little spoiled brats. You know, you're going to jump up and down and kick your feet because you got told no.
Yep.
No, I
It,
agree, and
it
that's what
doesn't make any
I'm saying.
sense.
I'm wondering, these
Right.
men, are they having 100 tantrums a week, or is it building up and exploding at some point in time? Because I'm saying I agree. I just wonder, when we hear these stories of the extremes,
What
at
is the
what point
catalyst?
did that happen, or are they doing this and going off and ramming shopping carts into women's cars every fucking day? You know what I mean? That's
I
I'm
think
trying to
it's
understand where
immaturity.
it gets to
Yeah.
that point.
I think it's just immaturity on their part and a lack of personality. You've seen guys that will say, "Oh, I don't need to change me. Ain't nothing wrong with me." Those are the same people that haven't even taken the time to be introspective and look at themselves in the mirror. Maybe there's a reason why you're being rejected, but you don't take the time to investigate yourself and see what you can do to improve yourself or evolve and become a better person. Every woman you
Hey,
go to and they tell you no, it must
stop.
be something wrong with you.
So I see more questions. Are we moving on, or are we sticking on this? I
Um.
see lots of questions in the thing.
Yeah. So. So yeah, all of that was all of that was pretty deep. But yeah, we got another. So I got another question. This is one that somebody literally just asked just not too long ago. Why do black men guard vulnerability so heavily from their partners?
That's a good question. That's a damn good question.
We weren't taught emotional intelligence.
There it
A
is.
lot of us, a
I
lot
know
of
I
us were,
wasn't
a lot of us
at all.
weren't taught emotional intelligence. A lot of us weren't taught to identify more an emotion more than anger. We weren't taught to how to process our anger, our sadness, our grief, or even our joy. So when we get into a relationship with a woman and we become heavily guarded with our emotions, is because we weren't taught how to be emotionally intelligent and emotionally available. So, that's why you have certain women that can't get their man to open up to them. It's because of what we were taught. And I agree with what Shantae and Nicole were. Men as a whole are more sensitive than women. That's true. I am a sensitive soul.
I
I,
don't know
I'm a
that we're
sensitive.
more sensitive. I just think it's what you're saying is that we've not been taught how to process our
Right,
sensitivity when it is pushed, when that nerve is stimulated. We're not taught how to function and how to process it in a healthy way, so we hide it
right,
Right.
so that we don't have
right.
to ever deal with it.
Right. And sometimes, and as a person that has tried to do that and it's failed, you know what, I told somebody, you know what, I'm gonna cry, but I'm gonna get back up and dust the dirt off my shoulders and keep going. You know, I'm
Hmm.
gonna just, I'm gonna cry, but I'm gonna, you know what, I'm cool. All right, let's keep it going. You know,
Yeah, and still Big Sleepy made a valid point, and I think this is a valid point for the majority of us. We were taught by peers that vulnerability equals weakness.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
I know I
that
was
too.
taught there. I
I
know I
heard
was
So was
that
taught
too.
there.
I. So
You
was
Yeah.
know,
I.
you can't be vulnerable. That means you weak. I've heard it too.
Yep.
Yep. How many times
I ain't gonna
like
lie. I
Because
used to
by
subscribe
definition,
to
it's a
that
pressure
type of
point,
thinking.
right? A vulnerability
Right.
means
PG's husband.
technically it is a weakness. It is
Okay.
giving
Oh,
someone the
doing the
ability or
voiceovers.
knowledge
Okay.
That's her
of
husband.
what hurts you the most, but you have to trust that they're not
Mm-hmm.
going to use it to harm you any further. But vulnerability, by definition, it is a weakness, right? It's a weak point in the armor. A vulnerability, that's the soft spot. That's exactly what it means. So, in one sense, it is a weakness, but it is not weak to admit you have vulnerabilities. There's a difference.
Right. Yeah, that part. Yeah, I
Got
agree with
it.
that. Yeah. If you have to,
hmm
because I know, I'm going to be honest, I didn't really start becoming vulnerable until, me and my wife was in like our 5th month of dating for real.
mm.
Like I gave her piece by piece of my weaknesses, you
Mm-hmm.
know. But the more our relationship grew into our eventual marriage, you know, the better I got at letting her know my vulnerabilities, you know, and doing
Now let
something
me
about them.
yeah. Now let me ask you something. Now let me ask you about that, Chico. Because you just said that you didn't start becoming vulnerable until like after like 5 months with your wife.
Yeah.
What was it like? What was it? What was it about her that that you saw that made you look into yourself and say, "All right, I can open up."
Man, it was just her overall aura, you know, like
Mhm.
she definitely, you know, no holds barred, gonna cut, uh, get straight to the point, all no chaser, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, she listened. She was the first woman I've ever been with that would listen and wouldn't judge if, you know, I felt some type of way about whatever I was dealing with in life at that time, you know,
Mhm.
because I was pretty much raised like most men, you know, that, you know, don't just what happens in this house stays in this house, and whatever problems you have, deal with it and don't cry. Suck it up.
Mm.
You know what I mean? You know, talking about just everyday thing that make men kind of throw their hands up.
Here.
Yeah, and
See, and that's the
Whether
other
we
thing
got
too,
it
right?
together or not, unquote, you know.
A lot of
Mhm.
women
Sounds like a
don't
little cricket.
treat men a certain way because they also bought into the same ideology. They
exactly.
believe that a
Yeah,
man should not show certain types of emotions and should
right.
not show vulnerability. So it's equally hard to find a woman that you can be that way with because they themselves have been taught that same bullshit, so they buy into it sometimes as well.
Yeah,
Mm.
and then
Mhm.
you couple that with all the imagery, all the imagery that we see in just like in media and society and all that. It's like we were always taught, and that's what we see is that if a man is showing any other emotion other than strength or anger, then that man is weak, and just inherently, no one wants to be viewed as weak or as vulnerable or anything like that. But it ends up
Right.
being to our detriment because we end up holding in things over time, and those very things is what kills us or
Right.
unalive us. Let me watch my language on TikTok. But those very things that end up unaliving us. And if not physically, it unalives us emotionally. So it makes it hard for us to even open up to somebody who may be deserving of that of those feelings.
Right.
Mm. Mm. Now let me okay. So now let me ask this because I want to know like how we as black men can be a little bit more vulnerable. Um, what is it that y'all believe we can do as a whole um to be more comfortable in our vulnerability? Like what steps should we take? Should we should somebody hold seminars on that? Like what is it that we can do?
Well, main thing, we got to definitely work on our emotional intelligence. We definitely got to
Yeah,
get our
yeah,
EQ
that's
on
it.
point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's
Mm-hmm.
number one. And I believe everything else will follow. But number one definitely is EQ. Definitely got to get that EQ in check.
Mm.
I think there's
Mm.
three parts. Personally, I think there's kind of three sides to it. I think one, I would agree. We have to kind of do our own homework and seek therapy and start learning how to emotionally evolve so that we're equipped to talk to our women about our feelings without trauma dumping. So
Right.
that's one important part of it. I think the other two important parts is checking other men and not continuing the toxic masculinity in which we talk to other men who do show emotion or feelings and treat them as weak, lesser than, that beta male type of mentality, all that bullshit. We have to get away from that so that men feel comfortable talking to other men and being human. And then the
Hmm.
third part is recognizing women who buy into that ideology and not engaging and involving yourself with them because it will tear you right back down and you will just revert back to your old self because you will, feel threatened by being able to be vulnerable. So there's those three parts of it. Doing your own homework to become emotionally stable and intelligent, and engaging with women who can respect a man who is emotionally intelligent, and then not tearing down other men and encouraging them to be able to be an emotional being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm in therapy right now. And my
So am
therapist
I.
is a black man.
Mine's a black woman.
Yeah, because I wouldn't feel comfortable about speaking to a white T man about my issues. Just me
And you
personally.
know what? You know what? I tried, and here's what led me to not do that anymore. Because the therapist that I had before, the one that I'm seeing now, was a white T man,
Yeah.
and it was like, you know, I could tell that he couldn't really relate to what it is that I was saying. And
Yeah.
then what did it for me was, it was like the same old issue, because honestly I've had therapists. I've been in therapy since I was 13. Each and every one of them, except the one that I'm seeing now, were all either YT men or women, and
Mm-hmm.
all of them had the same solution. They will speak to me for a little bit, but then after that they'd be like, "Oh, okay, well, you know what? Let me give you some pills. Give you some
Man, you
drugs.
took the words
You
right out my
you
mouth.
know, right? You know,
Woo, take
and
this
but
Depakote.
with yeah, but with the black woman that I'm seeing now, my therapist that I'm seeing now, she don't believe in that. She has me doing, mental exercises, doing,
So does mine.
doing some
Yep.
writing, doing reports, and that's honestly helped me better than any prescription drug that I've ever taken. So, you
Man,
know,
on the subject about
Uh-oh. I think
Uh-oh.
Chico may have
uh,
got a call.
Let me jump in here
got a
for a
call.
second.
There you go.
Let me jump in here for a second.
Okay.
I see one of the questions, one of the ladies are asking is, are black men socially conditioned to process trauma differently? And I would say historically, yes. Remember when the slaves used to be whipped in public in front of the other slaves as an example to see this is what will happen to you if you don't follow the rules? And usually, if a slave was disobedient or if a slave was rebellious, that would be the one that would get tied to the tree and whipped. And if a
right.
slave wanted to show that he was not going to let the slave master get the advantage, he would bite his tongue or hold his lip and would not cry out, because that's
Yeah.
showing that strength, that's showing that defiance. Let me refer you to the scene from the movie Glory, when Denzel Washington's character had to get flogged for running away, and the only thing
Yeah.
he did was just shed one tear,
Yeah.
but he was defiant. And black men have been the subject of lynchings and being persecuted, and they've always had to just bite their lip and keep on going.
Yep.
And then, with that in mind, they go home and they treat their women the same way. And
Yep.
that's a failing.
Yep.
That's a
Big
failing
time.
on the part of black men. You can be hard as bricks to the rest of the world, but you shouldn't take that hardness home to your family and your wife
Yep.
or your loved ones.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
And then bringing it like a little bit closer to even closer to home. I think about when I was a kid and I would get whoopings. Sometimes I would get in trouble for not crying, for like in when I was getting punished or whatever. And then other times I would get punished for crying because I was getting punished. So it's like I
right.
think it kind of subconsciously kind of taught me in certain situations that what I was feeling didn't really matter. So I kind of had to just suck it up and deal with it. And I know a lot of us have that same, whatever.
Yeah, that was wild. I'll give you something to cry about. But
Like,
then if
what
you
did you
didn't
just
cry, it
do?
was like, oh, you think you tough, so I'm gonna make you cry. Well, like, wait, which
Right.
is it?
Yeah.
Man,
You're
yeah.
damned
Been
if you
there.
do, damned if you
The
don't.
most confusing shit ever.
Yeah, and it puts
Mm-hmm.
it puts your fight flight or freeze response like out of whack because you don't know how to react. And I feel like that kind of translates when you get older, when you're dealing with certain situations where like you're faced with a similar type of trauma, you just don't know how to react, so you just shut down all the way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yep. Yeah, we
Mm,
definitely weren't taught EQ growing up, most of us, for sure.
we were not. In fact, anytime, like, okay, for prime example,
Right.
whenever if I go to somebody and I'm like, hey, like, I'm kind of sad because, I asked the girl out and she said no. I wasn't allowed to feel nothing about it. I always told her, man, fuck that bitch. You know what I'm saying? And that was it.
Right. Without
Like,
even knowing man, it's dudes that do that without even knowing the whole situation. Just quick. That's how
mm-hmm,
you know
Man.
they
Right.
trauma. They trauma. They still living through their trauma and living in it. Like I remember that quote Jennifer
Right.
Lewis put out. What was it last year when she said, "You sit and shit too long, it stops smelling." That's real
mm-hmm, yeah,
life. You know what I mean? And
mm,
it's a lot of us sitting.
That's
It's
a
a lot
bar.
of us sitting in shit
yep,
and can't smell it no more. You know what I
that
mean?
part,
Yeah.
So
that part,
eventually we got to come out of that.
right, right. All right. So the next question I got now, a lot of these here are based off of accountability.
Yeah.
Here's the first question right here. What does accountability look like to you? And are you willing to accept the fact that that accountability is not a universal concept?
Mm, a universal concept.
Hmm. Oh.
Well, when you use the term universal concept, then we're talking about black men worldwide. And we can't speak for black men worldwide
I just
because
about to say.
you have Muslims, you have Catholics, you have Jews, you have all kind of different mentalities of men. Some are misogynistic, some are male chauvinists, you
Yeah.
know. I can only speak for me, myself, and I. And
Yeah.
I know that uh, if you approach things in the spirit of cooperation and be honest with yourself first, and then you can be honest with the people around you, it
Yeah.
shouldn't be very hard to get along with your loved ones.
Not at
It shouldn't
all.
be very hard.
No, it shouldn't be at all. And
Now
I
what?
yeah,
Now,
bet.
Unc. Now, Unc. What about the first part of the question when she asked, "What does accountability look like to you?"
Accountability also means responsibility for yourself. I'm the father of two, and I was responsible enough after those two were born to get a vasectomy because I didn't want to be irresponsible and keep making more babies.
right.
Now,
Yeah.
if I didn't want to get a vasectomy, then I should be responsible enough to put on a condom.
Yeah.
And these guys that sit up and say we don't want to wear condoms and at the same time complain about having to pay child support, make it make sense.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
was just about to say that.
You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
Well,
Well,
well.
well, well,
Man,
well, well,
listen.
well.
Well.
Hey, y'all know I'm a worker, so y'all better watch that scene time in this word, doc.
I don't like how them condoms make me feel.
Y'all in here preaching.
Mm-mm.
That's
That
the
was a whole.
difference,
That,
For
that
man.
was a
real.
sermon in itself.
Man, ain't no feeling with these condoms on.
Mm.
You got two kids you ain't taking care of now. I don't care. I don't
Mm.
like how these condoms feel.
you
Right.
feel it in that wallet though.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
does.
yeah, man.
It's some
Hey,
niggas
for
that we
real.
all
Man.
seen. Those of us, if you worked a W-2 job, we all seen that one dude that worked hard
Mm-hmm.
for 2 weeks just to make $47.87 and
That's
Yeah.
live
right.
on
I
that
see,
check.
bro. Chico, bro. I seen one of my old coworkers' job, pay stubs. He did overtime, and we were both security guards. This was like 2011, so this was
I used to
12
work
years
for
ago.
child support
Yeah.
I seen his
office back
check.
in
I was like,
Dallas. Remember I told you I
bruh.
worked for some of the Dart
He,
Manifesto?
he worked at least about, no, he worked 88 hours and pulled and took home a $300 check.
Wow.
Mind you, I'm living in Oakland,
Mm.
California. If y'all know anything about the Bay Area, that part of California,
California,
that
period.
is the Oakland is expensive.
Bro, might
In
as well not be
2011,
from
it was expensive. I was like, and I'm looking at this check like, bro, how can you afford building shit? Right, California, like, how can you afford your bills? Like,
Yeah.
he worked all that. He
I
worked all any shift that was needed, any coverage that was needed. If a guard called off, and pulled back a $300 check, I was like, damn. Pay attention to that, Swall. I learned a lesson. Like, oh hell no. Mm-mm.
I seen a guy work around the same length, like around 80. So look, he put like 80, 90 hours in a week.
Mm-hmm.
After they took out all that child support, you want to know how much money this man went home with?
Come on, talk to me, Mike.
$20
Talk to me.
$27.90.
Damn.
Mm.
Ooh.
Like, ooh,
You did 270.
I would
I
be
ain't
mad.
missed a digit before that. Did I?
Oh,
Yeah.
my.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So the name of the game is strap it up or get a damn vasectomy.
That part.
Because
That part.
at the end of the day, certain shit is not changing anytime soon. And it's a
Mm-hmm.
Right.
lot of irresponsibility going on that we need to take accountability for real. You know,
Mm.
if you made the decision to let that load off, be ready for what come with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
That
And
part.
in Missouri, it's till the age of 22.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So, T Bean, I'm gonna ask because I know I only asked Unc. So T Bean, you next. I'm gonna start with you next.
Man, I
The
don't mean to
question
cut
is,
y'all off, man, but I'm finna get out of here for a little minute. I'll be back in here about
all right,
20.
brother, I sure appreciate you.
Oh, most definitely, man. Y'all brothers be
All
good.
right, Chico.
Yes,
All
sir.
right
All
now.
right, all right,
For sure.
all right.
All right, bro.
So T Bean, I'm gonna ask you, and I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna ask you this question: what does accountability look like to you? And are you willing to accept that what you deem to be accountability is not a universal concept?
Well,
Number
accountability,
15
just pretty much like Unc said, like
Where?
accountability
in
for
my
me looks like,
box.
That's money.
taking
What?
responsibility for each and and owning each and every one of your actions,
The
and
15 cents?
being brave enough to
15 coins. What you
hold the
talking
people
about?
that's in your circle in the same regard.
So it's
But
2.5
realizing that
cents.
since
Yeah.
everybody's values and everything is different, that realizing that what accountability looks like to you and what accountability looks like to them may not be the same, but still having that bravery to call out when you see somebody doing something that's obviously wrong.
That part.
Mhm.
And you know what? You know what, TB, you actually said something that I know black women want us to touch on. Why is it that we don't call them? Why is it that a lot of black men don't call out other black men for doing something stupid?
Well, it kind of goes to the vulnerability piece, like, because when you put somebody else on blast, you kind of open yourself up to that same judgment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all know from knowing my wife how deep and stuff we into the church and all that. But and I say all that to say the Bible says, like, judge not lest ye be judged. So, like, if I'm calling out something that you're doing, that also kind of opens me up to that same type of rhetoric or that same type of rebuke. And a lot of men just don't want to kind of deal with that. So, like, in order to not deal with it ourselves, we don't call it out on other people. That's just my honest opinion.
But do you think not? But do you think not dealing with it enables more toxic behavior?
Absolutely. Like, most of the things that I've changed in my life had, like, honestly, a lot of it had to come from other men. And it's like, be it like my pastor, my dad, my brothers, or whatever, or even some of my friends, like, hey, bro, you got to check this. And it was just way better received from other men than it was like anybody else. So, like, the concept of holding each other accountable does work. We just have to be willing to do that particular type of work.
Oh, okay. All right. Swallow gentlemen, it's your turn. What does
Yes,
accountability
sir.
look like? What does accountability look like to you, and are you willing to accept that you deem to be accountability is not a universal concept?
Accountability to me looks like responsibility and ownership. Owning up to whatever decisions that you have made and just saying to yourself, okay, I messed up. How did I mess up? And what can I do better from this situation? So going forward, I don't make this mistake again. And what was the second part of that question, Mike?
The second part was, hold on, shit, my thing effing up. Okay, there it is. The second part is, the second part is, are you willing to accept that what you deem to be accountability is not a universal concept?
But that second part goes back to what Unc said, because we can't speak for other black men in different places that aren't the United States. So that one is a little bit of a tricky one for me. I'm not even gonna lie,
Hmm.
that's taking accountability in and of itself, because I can admit to you that I don't really know how to answer the second part of this question. But I'm not gonna sit up here and lie to say I do, but I do. I will say that taking accountability for me is just saying, you know what, I messed up. I didn't handle that situation like I should have, and going forward, let me do this differently. So the next time this situation happens, I can go right instead of going left. Because going left, you can end up in a mess. So yeah, that second question is a tough one. I'm not even gonna lie to you. That second question is a
Okay.
tough one, but the
Okay. I'm gonna ask problematic the same question, and I'm gonna actually switch it up a bit. So problematic, your turn. What does accountability look like to you, and are you willing to accept that what you deem to be accountability is not a universal concept?
So I think accountability is obviously it's a little bit multi-layered. It's part of it is accepting the consequences that come with the decisions you've made and recognizing your responsibility and why they came your way, and then having the fortitude and mental capability of recognizing the responsibility you played in that and changing those behaviors so that you can get a different outcome going forward. Because everybody's going to make mistakes, but it's accepting the consequences from your mistakes and learning from your mistakes that I think is kind of holding yourself accountable, recognizing how to be accountable for those mistakes and moving forward. Um,
Mm.
and no, I don't accept that my truth is not the universal truth. I reject that notion.
Yeah. Okay. Now we now I've heard now as far as this part where it says if we deem to be accountability is not a universal concept. Now I'm from what I've heard, I've gotten slick the same answer from all of you because of the fact that we can't, because y'all are right, we can't really speak for a black man outside of the country. So with that being said, do you believe that accountability is not a national concept as far as black men in America?
Say that
Um,
one more time. Say it one more time, just so I make sure I understand the
I
question.
said I was saying that we're in agreement that we can't that we can't really determine if accountability is not a universal concept because of the fact that we do not because of the fact that we cannot speak for black men outside the country. But what about black men inside the country? Do you think it is a instead of a universal concept? If I'm defining this right, do you believe that accountability is not a national concept in regards to the black men in our country?
So, I mean, I was half joking when I said that I reject the idea that it's not a universal concept, but I am kind of serious because, no, by
Mm.
definition, I think this thing does flow across the board in a general aspect. Now, there's obviously going to be minute differences in how each person holds themselves accountable, but the broad definition of the concept of being responsible for your actions, accepting consequences for your actions, I do think it's universal across the board. That's why I did say I do reject that because I
Mm.
think it is universal. I think that each nuanced situation will have a different way to hold that person accountable because they're going to make their own individualized mistakes. But I think recognizing them goes across the board for everybody, regardless of nationality, regardless of where you're from or any of that.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on that part?
As I would say that men really have to take a good hard look at themselves as to why they are so stimulated by peer pressure. A lot of that is peer pressure. Oh man, why you let that woman have your nose wide open? Well, she doesn't have my nose wide open. I have to be in love with her. That's a whole different thing. It goes back to, like I said before, being honest with yourself, being honest with your own feelings, and in doing that, being honest with the person that you're dealing with. And if you can't be honest with yourself, then all you're going to do is just walk around and lie to everyone you come in contact with. You can never establish any real relationships like that.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go on to the next question. Sister just asked this question as well. And anybody can go first on this one. Do you feel that black two-parent households are now a thing of the past?
No,
No, not at all.
I don't believe that. The craziest thing about a black two-parent household, and this may be a little off coming from somebody who comes from a single-parent household, but that's not a thing of the past. I will say, to somebody who's never consistently seen a two-parent household in the black community, it does seem like a foreign concept and a bit of a rarity. Like, you got your mama and your daddy in your house, and and you see the relationship dynamic between the mother and the father of like one of your homeboys or maybe one of your other family members that come from a two-parent household, and you come from a single-parent household. So it's not a thing of the past. It's becoming. I don't think it's becoming scarcity. I just don't think it's fully shown. I don't think it's fully shown in that much. The focus is always on the single parent household, because we do know that there are a two parent household in the black community, but I don't think that is given full visibility, if that makes any sense to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've observed.
I have a single parent basically household. Is this right? You can still have two separate houses, but still be one household. Like, seriously. So it's just about how cordial basically two parents are. Second thing is according to basically who you choose to have kids with. Like, seriously. And I'm talking about male and female. Is that a choice? Is that crucial of a choice that you got to choose between who you going to really have kids with? You got to. This is the problem I'm having basically when it comes down to single parent households, right? Single parent households ain't teaching their kids about safe sex. The average mother is now 11. I'm not bullshitting. He's now 11 years old. That's sad in America. So I'm going like this.
9 when I was going to school.
It should be you should sit down with your kids and talk about safe sex. And I still think to this day that sex education should be taught in schools. So I'm going like this. It's just mind-boggling at the fact that people ain't making the right choices when it comes down to sex. When you bring a child into somebody's life, guess what? When you bring a child into this world, they don't realize basically what the consequences of having that child. Your financial responsibilities, your damn moral responsibilities, and you got to grow up fast when you have a kid, because it ain't about you no more. It ain't. It's about you and that child. You come with a package deal. For the rest of your life, whether you male or female, you come with a package deal.
Well, problematic. What say you to this question?
Before I answer the question, I do want to make a distinction because you said that you can have parents in two separate households. I think there's a difference between co-parenting and a two-parent household. I do think it's important that we make that distinction because a child growing up and seeing the interaction between a mother and a father is going to be different than when they spend time with a mother individually and spend time with a father individually. So that is different. So I do want to make the distinction between those two concepts. I think both can be fine, but they're not the same. So we can't kind of conflate those two and act like they will have the same outcome. Do I think it's a thing of the past? No, but I do think that as we evolve and as things and the times change, it's important that we accept how they move forward and what the benefits can be and what differences there need to be if it's going to succeed. Meaning, when I hear all these men blame Black women or single Black women for that matter, for the failures of the children, let's use the criminal justice system. They like to point out criminality from children who come from single parent households. And I think it's important that we need to make the distinction between the income level of that household, because what they don't ever cite when they report things like this is that single parent households that have a income level that is high enough to hire, a proper housekeeper or nanny, for example, make sure that they still go to good schools, for example, those children do still actually turn out fine, because there are plenty of children who grow up in an impoverished two-parent household that live below the poverty line. They are more prone to criminality. So whenever they cite studies like this, it's important that they include all of the variables, and they oftentimes forget to include things like that. So I think that it's not a thing of the past, but I think as we move forward with these new households, these new ways of parenting, it's important that we examine what can be successful and why, and include all of those things when discussing them.
Okay. All right. That's word. Unc, what about you?
Well, when I was growing up, I was raised in a two-parent household, and it was rare I was born in 1957. So as I grew up during the 60s, you never heard about single-parent households until the late 60s, 1969, going into the 70s. That's when you started hearing about it. And that is due to what the brother said earlier, irresponsibility, not being responsible when you're having sex. All these babies. I was a product of unsafe sex. Oops, I'm pregnant. Well,
brother, I think we all
what you gonna do?
Put it out there.
A lot of us. I'm not the only one. There was a lot of us that were oops babies out here. And I remember when I was in school, they did have sex education, but it didn't last very long because the parents complained to the school board that they were morally doing something bad and telling the kids about stuff that they didn't want them to know about. And so the kids grow up not knowing about sex, and here comes some more babies. So people really just have to stop and look at what they're doing to themselves, because knowledge is power. And if you educate the young people coming up behind you so they don't make the same mistakes that we made, and that's how you improve your community.
Yep.
Random for you.
Just
basic testing, right?
Oh,
just asking the source. If you look up the African statistics and teen pregnancy, it went down. From 1995, it was basically, I think it was 14. It was 14 to 16. 14 to 16, that was basically teen mothers, right? Then from the millennials went to the 13 to 14. Now in the 2020s, it is now 12 to 11. You got to also count the SN. You also got to count the count the insects. You got to count all these factors that come with this. You can't just count consensual sex. So I'm going like this. You have to count that out. And here's the thing though, for Racket Solver, if you look on the news right now, there's reports about women that's hitting 10 years old that's getting abortions at 10 years old. The youngest one was 10. If you look it up. So you got to factor all this. We're talking about consensual sex, becoming parents. This is what I'm saying for this basically per fact. One, ladies, just because your man is fine don't mean shit. Don't mean a goddamn thing. The same way you can get HIV is the exact same way you can get a baby. The exact same way. Know your partner. I'm going like know your partner in general. You have the damn thing of saying no. We don't. Men, we don't. You put it in front of us, guess what? We gonna take it. So I'm going like this. Y'all have the power to say no.
We also need to learn how to exercise self-control and restraint. If you ain't never turned down some pussy in your life, I think it's time you examine some things.
That part.
I'm just saying. But I'm just going like this. When it comes down to basically women, I'm gonna go accountable. I'm going like this though, with like real talk. When you want to basically have that, this is the time you talk with your partner saying you want to have kids. This is where your goals come in. Because forget that materialistic damn list that you have basically making a perfect guy. Fuck that. Have your goals written out. If this dude don't match your goals, guess what? He gotta go. So I'm going like this. You can't have it. If you ain't reached none of these goals, if you and your goals don't match, that means if you have a child together, guess who's going to be in the mix? If you have a child together and both of your goals are misplaced, matter of fact, they don't even match at all. It's kind of like visiting a square damn box and a circle and a circle hole. If y'all don't have your goals matched up, guess what? Y'all don't need to have a kid. Y'all don't need to have a kid at all. Y'all need to be discussing it.
Well. All right, T-Bean. The ball is in your court now, my friend. Question is, do you feel that black two-parent households are now a thing of the past?
Yeah, well, if I would have said that would mean that me and my wife don't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel you.
It's like not only that, it's like most of my siblings that have children, most of them are married. But I will say that I've kind of found out that it's a little bit more important that you're putting your children in a situation where they're safe and where you're mentally stable enough and you're mentally there enough to be what you need for your children. Because one of my older brothers, he was married, they had a couple of kids, and the situation they were putting their kids in by staying married wasn't conducive for their growth. So the best thing for them and for the children was to go ahead and terminate the marriage. So I kind of feel like we kind of need to shift the conversation to not necessarily if the black two-parent household should be the main focus. The main focus should be these kids, and to make sure that whatever we're doing is conducive for them to learn, for them to grow, for them to be productive global citizens. Because we kind of get to the point where we kind of focus on what we want, and then our kids are there left in the dust. And a part of the reason why me and my wife parent the way that we do, because
turn your camera off real quick. I mean to interrupt you, T-Bean. Turn your camera off real quick. Yeah, thank you, bro. All right, go ahead, T-Bean.
Yeah, so a lot of the reason why we parent the way that we do is to make sure that they that they are going the way they're seeing through relationships. Because I would much rather there be a single parent household if one of the members of that household is getting beat up every day. Your kids don't need to be seeing that. You know what I'm saying? Or if they're just seeing unhealthy, toxic behaviors, Like, I'd rather you be alone and do what you got to do and co-parent to raise your kids.
I said it's
Wow.
the goals don't match. T-Bean, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah,
You've been married for a while, right?
yeah, 10 years.
Okay, did your goals match up when you got married?
We was
At
kids
least
when
a
we got.
halfway.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like yeah, like, but yeah, I would say so. Like, we was kids when we got married. We got married at 22. So and
Do you?
hmm,
But I'm going like this. Y'all went after. Here's the thing. Y'all wrote goals down and they say, "I want this. Are you willing to get this?"
yeah, pretty much. And then like we just made sure that our goals aligned as we got older. Cause like it got to a point where baby wanted to go back to school, so it's like, all right, cool. So I'll go ahead and do what I got to do, so you can get your little school thing on. She graduated, like I think her last like couple of months in school. I got back in school, you know what I'm saying, and we just kind of playing off of each other at this point. Like it took us a while to get there, but I definitely do understand what you're saying. I often tell people a lot of times when marriages don't work, it's because one or both parties were not ready to be married.
Exactly. This reason. Here's the thing. This the reason I don't have kids right now. One, here's the voice. I've said this on your live before. I took a 7-year hiatus from sex to look for basically a woman to basically fit my goals. Did I accomplish my goals? I didn't. I lost it. But I'm just going like this though. I was thinking more logical. I was thinking more clearly when sex wasn't involved. So I'm going like this. The woman that comes in my life, I'm going to say, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Do you see yourself married? Do you see yourself having kids? Do you see yourself basically being married to me? And if you do, if we come to that some sort of agreement, guess what? We can literally have a list saying, hey, I want this. And here's the thing. I'm aiming for this. Why don't we aim for that? It can start from something small to something big. I'm going like this. Right now, I'm basically negotiating should I get my passport? Because I'm physically not going nowhere. But I'm going like this. The woman I'm basically going to be with, I'm going like, do she want to get her passport and see this country every time we have a damn vacation coming up? I'm going like this. It's got to match up. This is just one example. Now, the biggest thing is, do you want kids? Do you want a household? How good you? Here's the biggest one. And Miss Craze, you're going to cut me up for this one. How good your credit? Because guess what? T-Bean and Codename can say this. Financial, here's the thing. Once you get married, your debt is his debt. His debt is your debt. Y'all are one now.
Woo. Hey, and that's the part like
Now, real quick, T-Bean, before you before you get your thought out, I'm gonna let you speak right after I say this. Now, to everybody that's in the comments, I get it. It might not sound too good, but at the same time, Black Wing has all the right to ask those questions because you have the right to ask those questions. You have the right to ask a man, where does he see himself in the next 5 years? Do you want to see the country? Do you see yourself being married? What's good for the goose is good for the gander now. You know what I'm saying? So we always got to hope. We got to take that into account. All right. T-Bean, go ahead, bro.
yeah. I would honestly say like especially like with that whole debt piece, like
5 minutes, I got to look up.
me and my wife often joke a lot that a lot of times we rush people to the altar just to kind of leave them there. So he was actually bringing up some valid questions. He was bringing up some things that me and her that we didn't even consider or even think about. We just knew that hey, we loved each other, and we was been together since we were 13, and we know that this was who I want to be with, and we didn't really like think about any of the other stuff. Thank God that through ups and downs and learning and all that it worked out for us. But having standards, there's nothing wrong with having standards on both sides. I would say that.
Okay. You know what I think in regards to this question? No two black two parent households. Excuse me, because I'm a little bit on the weather. I do not think that black 2-parent households are a thing of the past. What I do see, however, and I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me. Society wants it to be a thing of the past. For example, how many times, how many
Yes.
shows, how many movies, how many billboards have you seen that emphasizes on black single parent homes? You've seen a lot of them. Would y'all agree?
Yeah, and you're right. Unity does not sell.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, and I'm trying to say this in a way that it makes sense. I think that this is another indoctrination tactic in regards to
It
the black
is.
community.
It is.
You ain't a black man, auntie.
Huh?
Huh?
Auntie, love you.
I love you. I love you, auntie. But where Unc at?
He
I'm
right
messing
next
with
to
you,
me.
auntie. I'm messing with you, auntie. I'm messing with you.
There's Cameron.
I'm messing with you, auntie. But
Then he's safe.
but no, what I was saying, was yeah. But auntie, I am glad that you agree with me. Because yeah, I believe that it is yet another indoctrination tactic that has been placed upon the black community in order to separate black households.
Yeah,
So
subliminal. It's a subliminal message.
yeah.
You know.
The thing is, we as black people need to be smarter than that and understand and see the signs. Anytime these things happen, we need to see the signs and act accordingly. If society wants us to move one way, we need to move the other. You know, we have to get in the habit of doing that. Otherwise, we as a community are going to continuously fall for the okie doke every single time. So that's what I think. Now this next question is a question that I'm pretty sure a lot of black women want to know. So I hope y'all, man, I wish another black man was up in here, and I don't see now. But again, y'all, if you are a black man, the box is open for you because these are questions for black men. But this is most definitely a question that I'm pretty sure perhaps every single black woman in here is going to want to know. Straight up. The question is, what are black women supposed to be holding themselves accountable for? We are always told to take accountability, but never for what?
Ooh.
That is.
Can I answer since I got to jump out? Let me answer that real quick.
Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
The real answer or the answer that's going on right now, like what they actually mean, because there is real accountability, right? But I think when you hear this word being thrown around in these social media circles, for example, or when the Samuelites talked and whatever, it's another word for punishment. That's all it really boils down to, is that they're trying to punish you and lower your standards because they didn't get picked the first time around. And so now they're saying, well, since you made a bad fucking choice, I need you to lower your standards to settle for my dusty ass.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
Well,
I have.
Yeah.
God damn.
Well,
Woo! Damn it, problematic.
Doors of the church.
Damn it, problematic.
Amen.
do I hear the church music? Do I hear the church music?
You're about to make me go downstairs.
He said, damn.
Don't get T Bean started.
Oh, to clarify, because she said, "What do we think?" So, as my answer was, when I say that, the answer to what they think you need accountability for is, again, the choices you've made in men prior to them dating them, to them trying to date you, right? So, like, if they're trying to date a woman and they say accountability, That's because before they were interested in you, you clearly chose a different man. And now that they're second runner up or whatever they feel themselves to be, that's the accountability. That's where they're upset because you chose somebody else first. And now that you may be giving them a chance or whatever it is, they need to establish themselves as, oh, well, now you're going to have to settle for what you can get because you already fucked up. So now accept my lonely ass. So that's when I say what they think, that's what I mean. They're saying what they think you deserve should pay accountability for as far as your choices in men that were not them.
Well.
Ouch.
Well. Wow.
He's absolutely right. Like this thing about how many men, they got shot down by a woman, and then that same woman ended up with somebody else that did it wrong. What's the first thing they say? What's the first thing they say? Oh, that's what she gets. She should have
chose me.
In the first place.
Yeah. Should have chose me. That's How many times have we heard that?
Yep, a bunch of men pick-me's. It's all that shit about calling women pick-me's, and they a bunch of male pick-me's.
Man. Well.
Man.
Damn. Well, Suave, you have the ball.
Problematic had the best answer. Problematic had the best answer of all. All right, so I'm gonna shoot my shot. The craziest thing is a lot of those dudes that problematic labeled as the Samuelites, they don't really say what the accountability is for, but he just broke it down. It's like, and that's the craziest. And that's the craziest part for me, right? That's the craziest part for me is like they'll see a woman on these social media streets minding her own business and maybe speaking her mind, and then whenever that woman tells a story about her past, you should have chose better men. You need to take accountability for the choices in men that you make. But at the same time, a lot of people don't see the red flags earlier. So you can't blame people for not seeing red flags earlier. We're human. We all may have missed a red flag, but it's a weird thing. It's like, what are they taking accountability for? For if it's not for that, take accountability for what exactly? Break it down to a science. Should they be taking accountability for the choices in men that they made, or should they be taking accountability for how they? Damn it! He just said that in the comments. I heard that shit before. Or should
Lord
they be taking accountability? Damn it, problematic. He's damn you. Or should I can't even get my son out. I just got that damn message.
But that's slick how they think, though. That's the funny part. That's what makes it so funny. That's slick how they think, though. Like right. Damn, so you gonna let him make you a single mother? You should let me make you a single mother. You should let me use you. For real,
though. For real.
Right.
So my thing is, when you talking about accountability, are you asking those women to take accountability for the choices in men that they've made, or are you asking those women they should take accountability for how they have treated certain men? What it like it has to be, it has to be something. It just can't be it just can't be this is a vague example. Woman just traveling on social media, having fun, blah, 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 blah. And she's dressing sexy. Angry Ashy Man comes in. Oh, these women are just dressing sexy and just, where's her man at? Where's her man at? Why she ain't got no man with her when she traveling overseas? That's probably a problem. She probably did something to run that man off. All you women not taking accountability, going on these trips and making it seem like the Ash. So for me, because I have to see like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, at the end of the day, in what aspects of accountability should she be taking? Her choices in men, or how she has treated certain men that she has been with? It ain't making any sense. So I can't really use that word to or tell women that, me personally, because
I see you. Yeah.
But thanks, problematic. But that man, because it's a difficult question. Like, what exactly? So the counter question is, what are you talking about? Is it because sometimes choices in people is hard to hold somebody accountable for the choices in people when from day one you might not have known that this person was like this.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about taking accountability, it break it down. For what exactly? You got to break it down for the people who may not understand, who may not see what you are seeing when you see these women, and you mention accountability. Because my answer is going to always be for what?
They don't have an answer for that because it's
Yeah.
not
So T Bean, for you answer, because a lot of people didn't just hopping in and they didn't hear the question. So the question that we're asking for everybody that didn't catch it the first time, this is the question that we're on. What are black women supposed to be holding themselves accountable for? We are always told to take accountability, but never for what. All right, T Bean, you got
yeah.
the flow.
So like they would never be able to answer that question because there's no real answer. Because it's like, how can a woman take accountability for something that has nothing to do with who she chose before you? Has nothing to do with you. Like, you didn't make her choose though. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with you. And
Right.
to quote Eddie B. Talking, we was in a live and he said, sometimes choosing a mate is like going to the grocery store and choosing some milk. All the milk looks the same. So, but you still have a possibility of taking this fine looking jug of milk home, opening it up, and it being spoiled. So who's to say that the men that they were dealing with before weren't, putting on a front, putting on a show? And I've seen men do it for years.
Same here, bro.
For years. Like, my dad was a great dad, but he was a crappy husband. And I know I seen my dad do it. So if I'm looking at my dad do it, who on the surface looks like a really great man, like how do you expect women to know what's on the inner thoughts of a man if they're presenting something else? And that kind of goes back to what we were talking about when I first hopped on about that vulnerability. A lot of men can put on that mask, as we were already taught to mask our emotions from the beginning. So of course, there's going to be some bad dudes that are, masking themselves as, good or decent dudes, and then it comes out that they really wasn't. So it's like, so again, what are they taking accountability for? Also, are we trying to hold women accountability for the bad actions of men now? Like, is that a thing?
I guess so. I guess that's what a lot of them are implying. You know what I'm saying? Like, we do messed up stuff, but somehow, some way, it's the black woman's fault. I don't understand that. Yeah, I know. We're all confused, right?
Hey, if I could call SWAT, that's on the Dragonzord.
Man.
And,
yo, awkward
crazy that you mentioned my
awkward Quinn. I see you, honey, but the boxes are for black men because we're having a black male panel. I'm sorry, sister. But you can join for questions for black women in the last 2 weeks of January, though. Then I would be glad to have you on. But but I'm still trying to figure out, like,
I'm just waiting on
what exactly are we holding black women accountable for? I wish I knew, because honestly, to be honest with you, it seems like, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but in the community of black women, they're already holding themselves accountable for stuff. How many times do you see them? How many times do you see a black woman screw up and another black woman comes right behind her and checks her expeditiously? How many times have you seen that? You know what I mean?
A lot.
Right. So when it comes to this whole talk about black women ain't holding themselves accountable, Like every time every time a man says that, I'm thinking to myself, what are you talking about? Have you not seen all of the conversations that black women have amongst each other where they slick checking each other? Like I've seen a group of black women.
Right.
I've seen a group of black women one time, right? There was one time I was I forgot where I was at, but I was standing next to a group of black women,
What?
and one of them was talking about how she had how she was tricking out this one dude, and apparently the other two black women knew who this dude was and knew that he was a good dude. And as soon as the one that was talking about tricking him out was talking about what she was doing, those other two black women looked at her like, ma'am, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you doing that to this man, knowing how hard it is for you to find a good one in the first place, and you want to fuck up the mind of a good black man just because of the fact that you not ready to have something serious? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like they do it all the time. So I'm just like, my goodness, like, yeah.
And the thing is, if you look at the friend group of some of these men who have this rhetoric, like, even if you not the bad dude, like, we all got some friends that we would never like recommend anybody date. I know I got like 5 I could think of just without even thinking. So like, if we know these dudes personally, if we know their character personally, why is it that we think it's okay to invalidate the experience? Like, that's the part that never made sense to me. Like, I know this dude is trash. Like, I know he trash. Like, so I know that they exist. And like, and I see the mask. Like, I've seen bro like do some weird, wild, crazy things. And like, now we all on the internet acting like it just don't exist. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on.
Right. All right, Unc, the ball is in your court, sir. The question is, what are black women supposed to be holding themselves accountable for? We are always told to take accountability, but never for what?
No, that is a weak cop-out excuse that men have made up. Because black women have taken the lead, throughout the history of our community as black people. When the black men were being lynched and hung from trees, it was the black women that took the lead. And then some of the men started resenting the black women that were taking the lead, and they want to undermine the women's actions when they should get behind the women and help support them. Maybe you'll advance the whole community together as one if you would engage in teamwork and working together. I don't think black women have to hold themselves accountable for anything. Black women are the ones that are making all the inroads. Black women are the ones that are starting their new businesses and enterprises. I was doing good just to get my CDL and drive a truck for 20 years. But I wouldn't have the courage to try to get out there and apply for a small business loan and hope that I'd make it, because I had children depending on me. So I had to go out and get a real job, as far as, working and earning money to support your family with. But black women don't have to answer for anything. They've done it all themselves for all these many years. So I don't think they have to answer to anybody.
I agree. It's just like you said, I like black women have literally been the spinal cord of this community for decades, if not centuries.
Because she's modding.
So knowing everything that they have carried from then all the way up to now, it's very difficult to sit there and look a black woman square in the eye and say you need to hold yourself accountable for something when that is something that they have literally been doing their entire life. You know, I just don't understand it. I wish, good gosh, I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
Yeah. Or maybe you don't, man. I don't want to know what it feels like to have that type of mindset.
I don't either. Like, I don't either, because like for real, like the black women that I've been around, the black women that I grew up with, like now one of them blamed, you know, we're sitting there throwing blame and throwing shade at, you know, at really just at anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like what, you know, whatever actions that they took, if whether they succeed or whether they fail, they took ownership of it. You know. So I wish that I could. You know what? Here's what black women can take accountability for. You can take accountability for breathing out of one nostril instead of two. You can take accountability for walking out of the house and your shoes are untied. You can take accountability. You need to take, black women, you need to take accountability for any time you blow your nose and a booger is sliding out your nostril. Black women, you should take accountability. Yes, I'm saying it until you can give me that look all damn day long.
Mike, shut up, fool.
Black women, you should take accountability for anytime you drink a glass of wine, you took one glass of wine and you automatically get tipsy. That's what you should take accountability for. That's what you should do. You should take ownership for. Y'all want to answer? You gotta answer.
I got one personal one, and I'm gonna be done with it. My wife needs to take accountability for the fact when I hop in her car and she ain't got no doggone gas in it. Like, just tell me you need gas, bro. Tell me before I get in there that you need the gas, dog. Like, that's the only thing I need you to take accountability for. I ain't asking you to pay for it. I ain't asking you to pump for pump. Just tell me this. Just tell me that you need the gas, bro. Like, my app don't work, bro. And I'm talking to Jeff because I know she's not in
What's up with my man Mike, man?
Uncle Daddy, what's going on?
You are a fool.
Yeah, that's what y'all should take. That's what black women should take accountability for. If you should take accountability. If you driving around and your car got a quarter tank of gas in it and you decide not to go to the gas station, it should always be half a tank or more.
You know what? I don't even care about her pumping her own gas. Just tell me that it needs to be pumped. That's all I'm saying. Nah, bro, because I got in there yesterday on my way to a rehearsal and that joint said 17 miles to empty. I'm like, 17 miles to empty? I've been at home all day.
Oh.
You stupid. You are really stupid.
You should take accountability.
Why you got some of the ladies like looking at? Why you got some of the ladies in the comments looking like this?
Sir, with all the Caribbean, Black Barbie.
Every black man need to text a black woman right now and ask them how much gas is in their car.
Mike, I want you to forgive me, Mike. This is the first time you let me in your live, and your ass was in there saying some stupid shit. I had to come in.
Yeah. Black women, you should take accountability if you cut your grass and you missed that one dandelion in the middle of the yard. If you missed that one dandelion in the middle of the yard, you need to take accountability for that dandelion. Now, y'all want to talk about accountability? Let's talk about it.
This had to start off with some whataboutism. For you to come here, it had to be some whataboutism. Somebody mentioned something, and somebody said, "Well, what about black women?"
Yeah. You already know. You already know.
For the beginning, I wasn't even here for the beginning. I know. He said something. Somebody said, well, what about black women?
Yep. What about black women? Why I gotta take accountability for everything, but black women ain't gotta take accountability for that?
You know why we got to take accountability for everything? You know, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I take accountability for what I take accountability for. Because in the 90s, I was a gangster and I went to jail for 26 years. I take accountability for not being responsible back then and put myself in a position where I took all of my knowledge and wisdom and took it inside of prison for 26 years instead of having it out here on the street so a youngster could get it from me. I had to teach it to brothers up in there. I take full accountability and responsibility for not being man enough to handle my responsibilities in the 90s and picked up a pistol and went to jail. That's what I take accountability for, Mike. That's why I mess with you, because we take accountability when we dealing with this. Straight up. That's why I mess with you. We don't cut no corners around here. I put myself in a position to go to prison. I picked a pistol up. I tried to rob a store. I got shot in the face. It was my third strike. I went to jail. The white man didn't put me in jail. A black woman didn't put me in jail. The police did their job and put me in jail.
Yeah.
So come on, that's why I mess with you, Mike, because we take accountability up in here for everything we do, for all our actions. We don't blame nobody for nothing. That's all on me. I did that. And every mistake, it's my fault. Black women ain't did nothing. Black women brought me in this world. That's all they needed to do. It's on me after that. It's on me.
Real talk. Real freaking talk, man.
Mike, I've been following you for over a year. This is the first time I came in your live. I've been listening, watching your videos like this brother right here. This brother? Yeah. Yeah, him. Him. He's one of them voices out here.
Now to everybody that be running around, now y'all see, I got two elders right here. Everybody running around talking about Mike the Voice, your rhetoric is stimping. You pay the bill. You talking, you telling these black women the wrong stuff. I got two elders right here that agree with my rhetoric.
You're not talking rhetoric, brother.
What more do I need to say?
You ain't talking rhetoric, bro. You ain't talking rhetoric, brother. Let me say it this way. Manhood. Just straight manhood. Bottom floor manhood. Don't nobody have to tell me to go empty trash. Don't nobody have to tell me to go outside and check around the house. Don't nobody got to tell me to put gas in the car when I use it. Don't nobody got to tell me to do that. Don't nobody got to tell me to fix stuff around the house. Don't nobody got to tell me to do nothing when it come to be a man, because I was trained that way by grown men when I was growing up. I didn't hang out in the kitchen with my mom and them. I was on the front porch or the back porch with the dudes learning how to be a man. You know what they taught me? Keep your heart open for a woman, but always think with your mind.
Amen. I love that. Man.
Keep your heart open for a woman, but always think with your mind.
That part, man.
That's the part we missing out here. A lot of these young men, respectfully, were raised by their mothers and grandmothers and aunties. Nothing wrong with that, because you can have a whole man come out of that situation. The problem is they took on too much of the emotional aspect of the woman, right? And it's trapped inside of a physically stronger male body. So when that emotional male can't get what he wants, then he remembers that he's a man. This is what Mike teach. Mike be teaching about emotional intelligence, about impulse control, about having the ability to stop and process what you're feeling before you open up your mouth and start acting. This is what this young man is up here talking about. This is what he up here teaching. He giving y'all some real games, some real old school rules that the people who raised my mama learned and taught to us. Mike be giving to y'all, man. I'm telling you, I love this brother up here. It's the first time he let me in his life. He don't even know how long I've been following him.
Man.
I picked up on you when I got out the pen, dog. I got out in October 16th, 2020. I got on TikTok in December 2020. I picked up on you late 2021. I said, "Ooh, this dude right here is giving it to him. He telling them exactly what they need to hear. You male individual with female emotional problems have got to sit down and allow a man to help guide you out of that and bring you back into full manhood. Say it one more time. If you in your emotions, say it another way. If you in your emotions, you can end up doing what I did 26 years. And you can sit in a group inside a prison with 30 other men crying, trying to figure out how all the traumas that happened to when you was young, you couldn't get past them, and that's what led you to jail. You need to listen to this cat. You need to listen to him because he's your age, but he's spitting like me and this cat over here. You need to listen to this dude over here because I done heard him too. He be spitting his too. For the Dark Chocolate Brothers, the DCBs out there. Put it down, brother. Put it down, brother. You listen to this cat right here because I done heard him too. Another gray face like me. And the hair is on the side. So you can see I'm not Uncle Daddy Grandpa. I know I look
Yes,
young, but I
indeed.
pull his hat off like, damn, that nigga old.
Yeah.
But this guy right here, him and Random Rowe, between those two, and if anybody's seen me any lives, I'm speaking facts. Between him and Random Rowe, I had to relearn what it was like to be a man out here in this society after being in jail for 26 years. And between them two, him and Random Rowe, they gave me the knowledge on how to navigate out here. I already had game, I already got school, but I was gone for 25 years. So this man right here and Random Rowe, every time I see him on a live, what did he call that dude? Okay, he said that dude was a bitch. Hold up, let me see now. What did he do to get called that? We ain't gonna do that. Ooh, that was good. Ooh, Mike got him real good on that one. Ooh, he said, ooh, ooh. All right. Okay, let me go over to Random Rowe channel real quick. All right, I got it. I got the young man. Mike, you what, 30 what?
37.
I got Rowe, he in his 40s, and I'm 57. I'm good. I got 2 generations behind me now. I know how to navigate through the land. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
Come on, Gen X. Come. All right, since you 57.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm right there in your generation with you. You Gen X. You one of the elder Gen Xers. Mad respect, brother.
Oh, damn. I think I glitched.
What you
Mad
want to know?
respect.
What you want to know?
Look.
Well, you the one just in the camera. Ain't your man sitting right there? Hold up. You ain't trying to get me in trouble. Oh, no.
But look at here. He's the OG of all OGs. He's way older than the both of us.
So I'll go here with it. In our generation, right? In our generation, she was in the kitchen with moms, aunties, grandmothers, sisters. They be in there shucking, you know what I'm saying? Peeling, saying, getting them rules. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Talking about the young girl who finna have her flow start maybe soon because she's like 11 or 12, but she ain't had it yet. So they in there talking about that and what that means. You know what I'm saying? And the dudes was out on the porch. You know what I'm saying? The old cats drinking something, maybe smoking something. You know what I'm saying? The youngsters are sitting there and they listen to how the men conversate with each other. You know what I'm saying? And we out there listening to that. Man, look, I got to go to work tomorrow because I got to get these bills paid.
Turn the box.
Okay.
But what is your wife gonna do, man? She got her job, but I got my responsibilities.
Yep.
She got her job, but I got my responsibilities. She got her job, but I got my responsibilities. Real simple. Real simple. And this is straight fat game for you youngsters.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you going 50-50 with your woman, I'm going to come take care of the other 50. An old nigga like me with money, and you only want to pay half the bills, guess who's going to pay the other half? And since you only pay half the bills, that means you only get half the. Guess who's going to be getting the other half of Y'all think women pay them bills? Why you think women ain't never broke?
Man.
Old
That's
cats like
right.
me and him, we don't question how women get their money. They go and they come back and they do their thing. We don't ask no questions. We just reap the benefits of what happened. We don't.
Yeah.
We old enough to know you don't ask a woman about no question because she might tell you something hurt your feelings. To answer that question, you didn't want to hear how she got that money. You need to keep your mouth.
Come on, OG.
Yeah, right,
Come on, OG.
right. Keep your mouth shut. Just
Don't
close
ask
it.
no question you don't want to know the answer to. Where'd you get that money from? We didn't have no money for the rent. Well, Aaron Showtime Taylor called me over, right? You went to see Aaron Showtime Taylor? Hey, you only pay half the bills. He was willing to pay the other half. You better pay 100% of the bills so you got 100% of say so if that's the route you want to go in your relationship. But if you go 100% into your relationship and your woman goes 100% into her relationship with you, now both of y'all striving together for the same goals. Number 2, keep your thing in your pants until you find out who you finna put it in. Keep your thing in your pants till you know what you putting it in. Everything that look good and wrapped all up and smells good and oh my God, she was they look good on the outside sometimes and on the inside they be rotten as hell. But you wouldn't know because all you was concerned with was the outside. You wasn't looking at the inside. That's why y'all sit around and have babies with a woman and then when she halfway through the pregnancy you ready to leave her because you didn't take time to tuck that thing before you tuck that thing.
Well,
keep it in your drawers, man. Keep it in your drawers. Now you figure, well, man, you just did 26 years. Yeah. I had 2 girlfriends in prison. Hey, baby, how you doing? Girl, it's been a long time. Well, I'm getting tired of you. You done pissed me off. Hey, baby, how you doing? Yeah, she was tripping. I had to come over here. You can go live like that. But you could do that out here on the street. You could do that out here on the street too and be disciplined with yourself. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have a woman. You have to have you first before you get you a woman.
That's what you
hey. Boy, where's the church organ? Because it needs to be played right now.
I'm trying not to go downstairs.
Where is the organ?
I'm trying not to go downstairs, Doc. I'm trying to stay,
How you gonna have a
safe.
woman telling her y'all gonna go half on everything? Y'all going half on everything. So what happens when you ain't got your half to cover?
Boom. That part.
Hey, Uncle, Daddy, Grandpa, can I talk to you for a minute? What's up, baby? They not gonna be fighting me. I got Sharon, though. You know what I'm saying? But
oh, man.
You see the look on his face, right? You see the look on his face.
Man, look.
There's one for you, baby.
Because he know exactly what I'm talking about.
Courtship.
If you want to pay half, if you want to go half with your woman, then you leaving half of her wide open for somebody to come slide up on.
French. Or might as well be speaking French.
Straight up.
Ask these youngers about
Straight up.
courtship.
Right.
Up.
What did you do with
ain't no 50-50 in no relationship, bruh. Not with no man. Because you leaving room for another man to come in on you. That's why you have to make sure, number one, you make sure that your woman is so high up that can't nobody say nothing to her to affect her.
The OGs up here.
Yep.
Every time me and my woman get called beautiful by me all day long.
Him asking Mike about
all day. Get your little fine. Come here, bring your little fine ass over here. Huh? Come here, bring your little fine. You get your little fine ass over here. Ain't nobody running. You can run up on Sharon and be like, "Oh, you a beautiful woman." I know. Thank you. My man told me that this morning. He tells me that all day long. So number one, make sure that you're doing everything that you're supposed to do as a man, and that includes complimenting your woman all day long. That includes getting your ass up in the morning, helping her make the bed up. That's when you start making love to your woman, when you start helping her make the bed up in the morning. That's where it starts at, right? You make sure
And
you go shopping
also,
with them every now and then.
and also, I will add on to that. Send gifts to your woman. Randomly send gifts to your woman besides on Valentine's Day, her birthday, on Christmas Day. Just pop up on her job at random with a vase of roses. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I did
Like,
for Sharon, Mike? You know what I
what's
did for her
that?
last birthday? When she woke up in the morning, when she got up, I was already up. When she got up on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, there was a happy birthday video that everybody else had already seen for like 2 or 3 hours before she even got up. So by the time she got up, her sister-in-law's calling her like, "Hey, your man got you all over the internet. What? He done did a happy birthday video for you. What? Yeah. Some of this stuff you do don't have to cost nothing. It could take you a few minutes to do on TikTok. It's the effort that you're trying to put into this, man. You dudes sitting around here trying to negotiate a contract with a woman like you trying to mack a hoe.
Right.
That's what you do with hoes. You do a contract with a hoe. You know what? I got $1,000. What you willing to do for that? I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do for the $1,000. That's what y'all doing. You negotiating no, bruh. If you trying to get a woman in your life, if you want a queen, if you want a pillar, right? You gotta go slow. You can't rush after the first thing you see. Everything that glitter ain't gold, right? Number two, just because a woman is physically beautiful doesn't mean she's a good woman. So that's why you got to slow down and check the character of a woman. I was just telling Sharon, we was talking about girlfriends and boyfriends we had back in the day. I told her about a girlfriend I'm 5'11", and now I'm 210. Back then I was 170. I was 5'11", 170, right? I had a girlfriend that was 6'2", 283 pounds. She said, "What?" I said, "Yeah." So, well, how did she look? I said, "Man, she ain't had no neck. Her shoulders was broader than mine. You know what I'm saying? Feet bigger than mine. You know what I'm saying? But she can cook her ass off." She cooked her ass off, and I wasn't going nowhere. I kissed her every day, called her beautiful, everything. It wasn't her physical beauty that I was talking about. It was her character. It's her character. You got to look for a woman that's willing to stick with you in the trenches. And when you find her, the last thing you want to do is be disrespectful. The last thing you want to do is try to compare her to other women. Man, every queen is individual in her own right. You better treat her as such. You better treat her as such. And this is coming from a nigga who didn't have no woman for 26 years. This woman and that woman for 26 years. Bruh, trust me when I tell you, Mike, I appreciate everything about a woman. After 26 years, they can fart around me, burp around. They can do all that stuff. I'm going to sit there and giggle right with them. Girl, go ahead, do that again. Oh, yeah.
Lord.
Let me hear you do that.
Well, Lord.
How many of you brothers get your woman right and sit her on your lap and just squeeze her stomach till she fart on you? Just out of nowhere.
Don't make that face.
Now, the women is laughing in the audience because they know. Because if they do that in front of us and we don't smile with them, if we tell them what it actually smells like, it's going to go all bad for us, right? So we learn to lie in those particular situations. Did that stink, baby? No, baby, it smelled like ice cream.
No, a good hell where you lie.
Smell like boo-boo berry ice cream.
Smell like raspberries. Raspberries with a hint of honey.
She said we Look, you can stop talking about you ain't a whoopee cushion, because I know a lot of women, y'all hold y'all farts all day long so you don't fart around a man. So all the dude got to do is squeeze you on the stomach.
Man, fuck that.
You know what?
I'm not
really
trying
not
to be
lying.
cute. I'm gonna let that shit go.
You see, this brother ain't said nothing, but he's smiling, right? His woman's right there, right? He ain't said nothing, but he's smiling.
What they end up doing, you'll ask her how long she been lumberjacking the way that smells.
You know what? You ain't shit. You just simply.
Damn it!
I'm glad Sharon ain't here because she be cussing me out too.
I'm over here hounding the comments in case my wife pop in here.
You see how he do me?
But that's the beautiful thing about having a wife. You can play the fart game with your wife, and it's cool.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all be under the blankets talking about, damn, girl, you did that shit. You know, that was that gumbo we made. You know? I think we put too much sausages up in there.
Wow. My goodness.
We've had
This is the
My
beautiful
goodness.
thing. And for you young brothers that don't understand, this is the beautiful part about having a woman. This is the
Yes.
beautiful part
Yes,
about having a
indeed.
woman, man. You can laugh with your woman about some shit that everybody else just don't understand. It's just y'all understand that shit. You know what I'm saying? If your woman is still with you after she done heard you grinding on your teeth all night long and snoring in your sleep, and she can still smell your socks that you worked in all day and you ain't washed your nasty ass, if she still stay in the bed with you, you out your mind if you leave her.
Facts. Oh,
You got your mind.
Hey, my wife in
You
here
got a
now, so
woman
I
that can
really can't.
stand kissing you in the morning with your morning breath, and then you gonna have an attitude talking about, well, you ain't encouraging me. Will you shut your punk ass up, man? What's wrong with you? Man up. I need you to encourage me. I'm out here fighting hard every day just to get up to walk to the bus stop. I just need you to tell me I look good when I'm going to go to work, man. You don't need your woman to stop with all of that stuff, man. You do the participation award, everything. I gotta brush my teeth. Oh, you did a good thing, babe. I love the way you brush your teeth. Yeah, baby, I'm a man. I brush my teeth. Bruh. I understand the need for positive reinforcement, but bruh, sometimes you got to find that in yourself. That's manhood code. When I didn't have nobody to depend on in prison but me. I didn't have nobody to believe in me but me. You your first source, you your first inspiration. And depending on how you do yourself, that's going to be the type of woman you're going to attract.
Yep. Man.
Real quick, and I'm going to leave after this because you didn't let me dominate your live, Mike. I love you for it. I appreciate all the brothers and sisters.
You good. You
Yeah,
can
good,
stay as long as you wanna.
So you can stay long. Okay, look, real quick, some science.
Follow real quick.
X chromosome for women, Y chromosome for man. Women are XX chromosome, men are XY chromosome, right? Okay, let's get into some science real quick. If a woman is XX chromosome, and we say, when we hear these guys talking about how emotional women are, how unstable they are, you know, all the things these guys, this particular group of males amongst the community say about women. But a woman is XX and a man is XY. So therefore, whatever a man says about a woman's XX, he must remember that he has an X in him and has the ability to manifest the exact same emotional tirades that he's accusing this woman of doing. Now let's back up. XXX is the symbol that we now know is infamous in the world on the .com tip, .xxx, right? So the guys who can't control themselves emotionally, and the guys who, and you know who I'm talking about, Mike, they always online talking, I just had sex, because they're not used to having it, so they won't let everybody to know. Those kind of guys, because they can't control their X chromosome, if the double X that's standing next to them can't control his X, now you have XXX against Y. What's the easiest way to control a beta male? You ain't even got to give him none, ladies. All you got to do is just let him. He's yours.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying is, if you can't control that, then she'll come and control it for you. And every person sitting in this box know a dude who with a woman that he can't stand, but he can't leave.
Yeah.
She talk crazy to him. He come in every week, hand that check off. When the money's there, it's all good. When it ain't no money, she talk real bad to him. Cuss him out all in front of his friends, disrespect. He might slap the hat off the back of his head. Nigga, what is you doing? Because you can't control your X chromosome, you can be checked by a double X. And then it's XXX versus your Y. And you sitting
Yeah.
over here wondering, why am I giving all my money to this woman? Why I can't leave this woman? Why? Come. Oh, you finna give me some? Okay, here I come.
Mm-mm. Well.
You have become her hoe.
Whoop, whoop.
Well. Oh, that'll do it.
Now, if you don't mind being her hoe, it shouldn't be a problem. But don't complain to your friends when she slap you in the back of the head and take your paycheck from you, right?
That part. That
Because
part.
you bought into that. So don't get on the internet talking about black women ain't shit when you can't control what's in your pants in the first place. That's how you got put in the position you in.
Mm-hmm.
See, you couldn't control it. As soon as it got wet, ooh, I love you.
Mm-mm.
Us old school
Well.
dudes know. Us old gray haired dudes, we know. When you're young, sometimes you just out sporting. When you reach a certain age, you know it's time to calm down and get your shit together. Because you done went and did everything you needed to do. And you probably get your senses back around 35, 36. Because the first time you get you something at 15 to 16, 17, you lose your mind completely for about 20 years. Then you snap back later on. Oh, what happened? Oh, damn, I played myself for 20 years. I didn't even know. Look. Oh, he's reaching for the cat. I thought he was leaning over like, damn, I know what he's talking about. We lose our mind the first time we get it, and we kind of regain consciousness around 35, 36, 37. We start acting like we got some sense again. You know what I'm saying? And the sisters know what we're talking about because they have to deal with it, right? But the last thing, Mike, when my generation went to prison, that 1994 crime bill, that 1994 crime bill took about 85% of the cream of the crop across the board in the black community, brown community, right? And so when that 85%, especially like cats like me, when we left the street,
You see his stink face?
for whatever people thought at the time, and definitely we was causing a ruckus, but for whatever people thought about us at the time, we also kept a lot of the worst elements out of the street because we was out there. You know, when we left the streets, the people who we kept off the streets flooded the streets, and they became the new role models. They became the new rappers. They became the new, street cats that people looked up to. And so me and this brother in the same age, and his girl is in the same age. We remember people above us. They had a code that they lived by. You know what I'm saying? And we learned that code, whether we applied it or not. It was still there for us to learn. And it was pretty much across the board in the black community. But when you take 85% of black folks who are out there doing stuff away, I was one of them. I put myself in a position to get taken away. So I took all of my knowledge and the history that my grandparents and my great-grandparents gave to me. I took that in prison. It should have been out here, though. And that's why I always offer the apology in a live like this. I fucked up back in the 90s. I wasn't living according to the way I was supposed to. And I took the gift, the treasure of our ancestry with me inside. And I taught it in there, but it wasn't out here, And so when I came home, I had to relearn from Mike, and I have to relearn from Random Road. And I got some other brothers I'm just now meeting out that I'm going to start learning from, too. And I definitely appreciate y'all, and I listen to y'all all the time. Because in me and his age, they can't teach me nothing because we already know. So I need to learn from y'all because y'all are navigating the society now, and I'm going to take the rules that we learn and apply them in this society.
Okay, how old are you, brother?
57.
Oh, 57? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. I got a couple on you. I'm 65.
Yeah, that's that generation right in front of me. If we was growing up and I'm 57 and he's 65, then you take that 7-year or 8-year thing, and then when we're younger, he would be a big homie to me. It wouldn't be like it is now. Dude's big homies is 2 years older than them. What? No, he would be a big homie to me. He would be somebody that would be helping raise me because somebody above him helped raise him. So he would be teaching me what they taught him. If you take 2 generations of that away, you get what you got in society right now.
Exactly.
Look,
Okay,
look what T
can I say
said.
this right out? Now, this reason I love elders like y'all too, because I'm going like this. Men, we need that. We need that grimy advice that we need to basically survive, especially black men. I'm saying it's all that is holy. I would literally sit down and drink a beer with old dudes and basically going like this. You know what? What can you tell me about life? Here's the thing, though. Let me tell you, this is too soon to make up. I actually had this one on the BART. This dude sat down next to me. He's going like, "Young blood, let me talk to you for a second." And he was going like, "You know how to make your woman happy? Learn her brand."
That's it. That's it.
Learn her brand.
That's it. That's the key.
You know how to, here's the thing. Let me tell you how to how to shut a woman up. Baby, you right. You ain't gotta argue saying, baby, you right.
And then on top of that, right? Now here you go, youngster. Here's the part you add to that. Not only are you right, but then you need to explain to her where she's right. Because if you explain to her where she writes, that lets your woman know, one, you paying attention to what she's saying, and two, you're aware of where you could possibly be wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, that's the humility and that's the humility and the patience we need in any type of relationship with your woman, especially a black woman. The way we live, you have to be patient with your woman because they deal with some of the same things that we deal with, microaggressions, passive aggressive type shit. And to know your woman's brain,
Racism.
to know your woman, to know what color flower she like and all of that.
Oh shit.
I got a call coming in. I'm gonna be right back, Mike.
All
All
right,
right. I
got
thought that was
His mic cut
I thought
out.
that was me.
Yeah,
I thought that was
he
me.
had a call. But
No, but
You
I'm going
wanna
like
go
this.
ahead?
I'm going like this though,
Was
right?
mine? No.
As a war. Here's saying, as a warrior
Medicine
class, you
man.
need an elder to teach you how to basically be a man,
You know
to,
where
to,
it
to
is.
give you the
Yeah.
advice that you
What
need.
medicine is?
Here's the thing. I would come to Code Name and basically ask him, how long? Here's the thing. How long you been married, and how do you keep your marriage alive?
Go get the medicine.
Well, explain
that part. So I want to get into this question. This is gonna be the last question of the night, and then we're gonna pick it back up on Saturday. This right here, I'm pretty sure. This is another question. I'm pretty sure a lot of black women want to know from us as well. And the question goes like this: Why don't black men, as a collective, acknowledge the bad apples and hold them accountable for making all of them look bad?
Too many of them. You want me to be honest with you? There's too many. There's too many damn. There's not enough black men. There's too many little. I would phrase that. There's too many little boys instead of black men. Too many little boys instead of black men. Now, mind you, I'm a black man. I'm proud of it. I'll go to work. I go to work, come home. Here's the thing. If I ever have a woman in life, I'm going like this. My woman ain't got to worry about a damn thing. All she got to worry about is one thing: how much I'm going to love her even more from yesterday. Per point blank. Little boys are still. Here's the thing. I'm saying this because I'm 37 and I'm met some 37-year-old little boys. Little boys, not men. Because real men, we know how to think. We know how to basically be on the toes every time there's basically something that goes awry. We already think about the worst case scenario. We got plan Z before your plan A starts. Little boys are only thinking about what am I going to do next? Ask any grown ass man. Ask his elder right here. Ask his elder right here. Right here. What's his next move when it comes down to his wife? When it comes down to his bills? When it comes down to his basic rent? When it comes down to basically taking your woman out to make you feel special? When it comes down to learning how to fucking cook? Because guess what? Hell, one time you got to make got to know your woman so well. You got to make her favorite meal. She's gonna be tired one time. I'm going like this. We always thinking about the worst. We always thinking about the worst case of fucking narrow. We always thinking that. Yes, sometimes we think a little bit negative, but I'm going like this though. We get shit done. We as black men, we're getting shit done, Negroes. The field Negroes. We know there's chores to do. We know how to do
them. Wow. SWAT, gentlemen, I'm gonna ask. Oh, well, go ahead. Well, I'm gonna ask the question again for people who didn't catch it.
I think
why don't black men as a collective acknowledge the bad apples and hold them accountable for making all of them look bad?
I think it's all a matter of the old peer pressure where guys don't want to look different from the rest of the group that they're standing around. So they'll be hesitant to speak up. And if you do speak up and your opinion is different from the others, then all you be is dismissed and shouted down. You know, you can continue, just like you're having this forum now, you're continuing to speak up and say guys are getting it wrong. And, you know, the guys that think, well, I can do what I want to do because I'm a man, that's the wrong way to look at it. Totally the wrong way to look at it. But a guy has to also realize where he's failing at. And a lot of these guys are just walking around here oblivious and don't think that they're doing anything wrong. And when you try to tell them about themselves, they're like, oh, you know, it just goes straight over their heads. They don't get it.
Yep.
Total oblivion.
And I agree, because I honestly, you know, for the black women that are watching right now, you know, I've had conversations with these particular young boys, you know, and I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. They are young boys. Hey, Lady Rose, how you doing? They are straight up young boys, and yeah, there have been times when I have had church with each and every one of them. And I will sit there and I will tell them everything that they need to hear, but for whatever reason, I don't understand. Like it just doesn't register with them. You know what I'm saying? It's like some of them choose to be dense in order to protect their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? In order to make it seem like what they are doing and what they are saying is okay. I've had, you know, there were times, you know, and my thing is, you know, and for anybody that's wondering where do I have these conversations, I had them anywhere. You know, there was one time when I was working for Amazon, and a group of young boys came up to me wanting to learn some stuff, and hey, we had a moment right there in Amazon. So, you know, the thing that I want every black woman to understand is that black men such as myself, like Swa, like Black Wing, like Unc, we have these conversations with other black men, especially the misogynistic ones. But you know what they say about leading what they say about leading the horse to the water. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem that we are having.
The problem I'm having as a black man, I gotta physically prove myself to be a good black man. This is not bullshit. When you got a woman that's hurt so many damn times over and over again, but once a good dude comes in your life and gives you a complete 180, it's a scary situation. Why? That's what the question I have is, ladies, why? If a man is willing to if a man is willing to be a man to you, keyword man, keyword is man, why are you scared of it?
Because some of us don't feel that we deserve it.
But once you got that, here's the thing. No, y'all deserve it. Point blank, y'all deserve it. My goal in life is to basically share a dinner glass with my old lady. For real. I want to be old and gray gold, blind as a bat, rocking in my rocking chair, watching my great grandkids grow up, having a cookout in front of my dang gum lawn, saying, baby, we lasted so many years. So many years.
Box if you want to see.
Okay, you just slid it out here, baby. See, that's
We
why I said
I'm
center.
going like
now
this.
Black
But
Wayne, you know you Black Wayne. This here question for black men. Black women, the black women is later on in the month. Now you know that.
I'm going like this for black men. I gotta ask this to black men. You think it's just for just black women? No, this goes for you too. I'm calling both of your asses out. Black men, why are you scared to be a fucking man?
Mm.
Why are you scared to be a man? And yes, I am yelling because I'm frustrated. Because I'm going like this. Black men, why are you scared of being men?
Mm.
Grow the fuck up.
Mm. Swat, you had some good. I saw you had one. You look like you got something
Oh
to say.
shit, my mic wasn't even on. Huh? My mic wasn't even on. Why is he continuing to talk over you and disrespect your life? I understand his frustration. I have the same frustration. I am right behind both of y'all in age. So the question was, why do we as black men hold other black men accountable for the fuck shit they do to black women? My answer is this: personal safety. And I'm going to give you a story, and I want everybody's undivided attention because I'm getting angry.
Wow, preach on, brother.
April 13th, 2021. I made a TikTok for the day in my living room like I usually do, making my fun brand of content. I hear commotion going outside of my apartment window right there. One of my former neighbors, chasing after his baby mama, pushed her into the ground in front of me. My fight instincts kicked in. I pushed him off of her. And I was ready, and God is my witness, I was ready to beat his ass. He kept walking back to his apartment, and I'm, mad as fuck. Like, you gonna push a black woman down in front of me, bro? Well, try that shit with me. Put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, bro. He goes back into his apartment. He pulls a gun out. Had it at the side of his body. There's a big Cuban security guard dude who works as property management here too. He had to force me back inside my house. And I'm mad as fuck reckless about it. We had to get Las Vegas Metropolitan Police involved. I wanted this motherfucker dead. You pulled a gun out on me. Rule of the hood. Don't use it if you ain't don't pull it if you ain't gonna use it. I've literally, since I've been a kid, stood up for black girls that stood. Bro, shut the.
Hold on, Black
My
Wayne.
bad.
He's talking.
It's a matter of safety at this point because there can be a dude willing to kill you because you stepped in for a black woman as a black man. You stepping in and telling her brother what you wrong for doing that shit. You know you dead ass wrong. Chill, bro. It ain't that serious. Nah, nigga, you taking up for that bitch, nigga. Nigga, you taking up for that bitch, nigga. I'll put a bullet in your ass, nigga. I've literally had that shit happen to me. So it's not about a matter of everybody needs to stand up for everybody. There are certain black men that'll literally kill your ass for stepping up for a black woman. It is not about them. It's about why don't we hold each other accountable. I don't know about you, but I'm not trying to lose my life. And that's a fucked up reason to not step in, but that's the fucking truth. Don't nobody want to deal with an emotionally unregulated black man whose first mindset is, nigga, you in my way. Get the fuck out of my way. Don't nobody want to deal with these niggas that as soon as they feel that you in their way, doing something that they know is dead wrong, violence is they first immediate thought to go to. And then you could be on the fucking 10 o'clock news because you decided to defend somebody, something that you were inherently raised to do, and now you dead. And I got so much backlash. I even caught backlash from my motherfucking mother. After dealing with PTSD, I literally hated people asking me the question, "How are you? How the fuck you think I'm doing?" I had a gun pulled on me for the nigga black woman. Yeah, I who the fuck he is. The point is, and I'm gonna calm down. The point is this: it is hard for us to hold each other accountable as black men because I don't know if this black man is gonna kill my ass, it's gonna pull a gun out, you hear that sound, you might be on the fucking ground. Or try to have these conversations like, bro, you know you wrong. There's another example. I tried to do that shit on TikTok with that punk ass nigga Masonic Nurse. That video, 20,000 views, right? People coming for me talking about, oh, talk that shit to black women. I'm talking to a black man who's a fucking known narcissist and a fucking known predator, and all you have to say is talk that shit to black. What? And that goes back to my question. Why? What the fuck do black women have to be accountable for? And the answer is nothing. So you mean to tell me you can't handle another brother saying, hey, bro, cut that shit out, man. Stop all that internet bad talking black women, bro. Stop that shit. And then I get attacked and said I'm displaying feminine energy? No. You niggas be protecting the fucked up niggas in this fucked up ass boy club on this motherfucking app. And that's a real reason why and this is my personal feeling based on my personal experience and what I've seen, that a lot of the good brothers don't want to hold. It's not that they don't want to. It's the fear factor. Like, I don't want to have to wake up, go back and forth with a black man about how to treat a black woman and how to protect a black woman. I don't want to have to wake up, go back and forth with you calling me out. We in high school, we are grown men. I don't want to have to deal with the fact that I'm a black woman.
Is he breaking up?
Factor, bro.
Like,
That's what nobody's
Swall, you breaking up.
no, you're breaking up real bad. You're breaking up real bad. But
He's frozen now.
I want to say this.
I'm on a roll.
Oh, there you go.
Factor at the end of the day. It's not the fact that we don't want to, and I'm sorry, my signal is bad, y'all. It's not the fact that we don't want to, it's the fact that on a roll.
You all right?
Been sitting there too long. I gotta move around some.
Okay. Oh man. He said, okay.
I gotta figure this thing out. Well, Swag, I do apologize for that, for cutting you off, though. I'm just being real. See, when real black men have this real conversation, let's just say this: we held ourselves accountable. There's some things I can hold myself accountable because I am a man. But it took me a while, ladies. Y'all gotta listen to this. It took me a while for a 37-year-old man to be a 37-year-old man. We have to learn our faults. We have to learn our damn consequences. We have to learn everything on the fly. And mind you, most of us black men don't have a black man in the household. Getting back to the real conversation, I'm going like this. So we have to learn everything we know on the fly. So I'm going like this. You are better halves. Encourage us. Encourage us to be that man, to be the man that we can basically be. Say to your kings that basically you are a king. Don't never say you a slave. You are, baby, the biggest motivation a black woman can give is just be there. The biggest motivation a black woman can give a black man is just to be there. Just having her presence around her. Just having a presence around a black woman. So I'm going like this. I'm holding both parties accountable because, men, let me say this before we talk. You make it so fucking hard for us black men to be black men. You make it so fucking hard for us, bro. And when we call your ass out on it, we get banned, we get blocked, we get shot, we get damn beat up because we get called simps. We calling your bitch asses out. Y'all really act like some punks. And the worst part about it is, when we come along, guess what we got? The consequences of your shit.
I will say this, though. I will say this. Now, I've heard everybody. I've heard from Unc, I've heard from Swab, I've heard from Black Wing. I'm going to say this right here, though. Can't damn motherfucker scare me into holding their ass accountable. Can't damn motherfucking black man scare me into telling them about how they really is. At the end of the day, here's the deal. If I don't if I don't call another black man out on his bullshit, then I am enabling him to do some more fuck shit to other black women. And that is something that I will not stand for. You see, we have to be the seed of change. You see what I'm saying? At some point in time, we have to say fuck fear. Fuck fear. Fuck these loud ass motherfuckers. They can sit there and be loud and obnoxious and sit there and try to call us simps and panda bears, simp master 3000, all that other bullshit. But at the end of the day, I'm going to still tell you what the fuck I'm going to say. I'm going to still tell you what you need to hear instead of what the fuck you want to hear. You know, and how you take it is how you take it. You feel me? How you take it is how you take it. I don't give a damn if you get butt hurt over it. I don't give a damn if you going around telling other black men, man, you see what he's saying? You hear what he's saying? I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Because at the end of the fucking day,
there go JB.
I know at some point in time you gonna encounter a black woman, and with that with that way of thinking that you got right now, you don't need to be around them.
Exactly.
So again, at the end of the day, I say at the end of the day, a motherfucker can say whatever the fuck he want to say, but that's not going to stop me from holding his ass accountable for his fucking actions.
All I'm saying is I'm gonna leave it because I'm gonna get off right when I say this though, bro. I'm sorry for taking over your life, but this is a topic that basically get on me, and I'm gonna get on camera for this shit. This makes me piss off as a black man that we gotta prove ourselves time and time again. That we gotta basically jump through obstacles every fucking time. And these are the dudes that we competing with. These are the guys that basically we literally competing with. We ain't competing with a few black men and a whole bunch of niggas. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. Do you know how I know this is true? Here's the thing. Swag got a story. I got a story. When the damn stimulus check came through, right? I was looking at that money like I was going like I literally had 10 grand in the bank for my tax return and 3 of those checks. I said, I could have bought me the PS5. I could have bought me basically a brand new fit. But the one thing that was on my mind right now is that I'm a 36-year-old black man still living with his mama. Still living with his mama. This is sad. My mom was almost 62 years old. So I said, you know what? I'm going to keep that money in the bank. I'm going to keep that money in the bank. I'm going to basically make sure that basically I can have something. Next following day, I got a promotion for my job. I said, this is the opportunity. I said, this opportunity that what basically I need. So I started looking for apartments. When I was looking for an apartment, this is too soon to make up. I got back on the basic barrier rapid transit, which are subway out here. This dude came from Shrek's with three brand new versions of Jordans. $300 a piece. A piece. This man told me he had 4 kids. 3 baby mamas. You see the difference? I said, dude, you got 4 kids. Dude, those 3 shoes you need to take back. He was going like, why? I'm going to be fitted. Bitch, where the hell are you going? We are quarantined. Where are you going? Take those damn things back to the store, get your money back, go down to Bank of America or Wells Fargo and start them babies a trust fund. Because guess what? They going to have a stimulus check before you basically pass on. You thinking ahead of time. He was going like, what you do with your money? I bought me an apartment. I just signed the lease today. I bought me an apartment. I'm moving out next week. So I'm going like, I'm looking at this. This how basically, ladies, this how you know you got a real man. If his financials are stable, he ain't got to worry about a bill because it's already covered. My mama said this is too soon to make up. Before you do any motherfucking thing, make sure your bills are paid and your rent is paid. I'm just going like this. We ain't thinking straight. This is what we got to compete with. This is seriously what we got to compete with. Ain't shit ass Negroes. And I'm out, man, before I get banned for what I have to say. Love all of y'all, bro. Black first.
Peace, bro.
And I'm gonna get the
Peace.
fuck out of here.
There you go, man. But yeah, I just but for the black women that are watching, understand that this is what we deal with. The same violence, the same hatred, and the same violence that y'all deal with from these particular black men, we deal with the same thing. That's why I say we as black men got to stop being afraid of our very own. I mean, at the end of the day, we just as much of a black man as they are. They just louder. That's all it is. That's the only difference between us and them. They just louder. They just talk a lot of bullshit. But at the end of the day, again, I say what I said is what the fuck I said. Do y'all know how many times? And do y'all know how many times? Look, on two separate occasions, I have gotten death threats just because I was holding black men accountable from other black men. One time, I had a dude invade one of my email addresses, because he was so hurt that I'm holding black men accountable. But you know what I did? Did I sit there? Yeah, y'all, this shit really happened. I literally had a black man send me a message on Instagram telling me that if I continue to hold black men accountable, if I continue to defend black women, that he was going to put a hit out on me and have me unalived. Straight up. But again, it takes a lot of good black men like us up in here right now to look at that shit and say, you know what? You want to try to put fear in me? Do your worst. Y'all see, 2 years, I've been speaking the same message. 2 years, I've been speaking the same message, and not one time have I broken off of that. Because at the end of the day, that's all these dudes do is fucking talk. That's all they do. So that's why I'm saying it takes a few good black men to make that happen. You know what I'm saying? You're right. I've never changed or wavered in my message. No matter how many times somebody has threatened me, no matter how many times another black man has said what you're doing is wrong, no matter how many times another black man has said I'm going to unalive you for speaking this message, no matter how many times a black man has came up to me and said, dog, it's on site when I see you. You know what I'm saying? Are you just asking questions, or are they submitting? They're submitting they're submitting them. They're submitting them for us, but they're also asking questions in the comments as well, and I'm just jotting them down. But despite whatever type of hatred that I've gotten from other black men, I look at them and I say, bro, you know what? If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Well, one thing you're not gonna do is you're not gonna stop me from speaking my message. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna take some very brave black men in order for this to change, in order for this ship to right itself back up. And that is what I'm hoping. That through my platform, other black men see and get and understand. We can't be scared. Like, at the end of the day, bro, at the end of the day, black men, the black men that are in here right now, you are a fucking black man. Act like it. What the fuck are you scared of? Because I honestly share the same type of frustration as Black Wing does when it comes to this. What the fuck are you scared of? Why? What? Because somebody gonna call you a simp? Dude, I've been called a simp. I've been called a simp before TikTok came into existence. What? You gonna be called a panda bear? Bro, again, I've been called a fucking panda bear before TikTok even came into existence. What the fuck do I need to be scared of? What the fuck do you, as a black man, need to be scared of? That's the question that I have for black men. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is, man. I speak. What's up, brother?
He got his mic
What's
off.
going on? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
We
we
can
get
hear
you.
you.
Yeah, I'm doing some black man shit, shopping for the family.
That's what's up.
I got to get the kiddos some snacks. But yeah, so I kind of wanted to hop in just because I was hearing something that I really think that we need to put more of a focus on when it comes to our emotional intelligence and how we navigate conversations regarding how we address one another. And this is something that I myself have even been actively working on because we have to recognize that not only does society not allow us or afford us rather that space to be emotional, sometimes we limit each other from being emotional and showing those emotions and really just kind of working through. One of the things that I tell my sons is I tell them, work through your emotion. What are you feeling? In that moment, what are you feeling? That way they can think about it and hold space for them to think about it and then affirm them. You have every right to feel this way. I want you to understand that. You'll be surprised how many black men that I've come across that literally just need a safe space just to cry.
Yeah.
And I feel like that. I know for me, that's one of the things that I want to focus on because I have my mental health journey, my playlist on my page where we talk specifically about mental health resources specifically for Black men, and I want to start hosting some spaces as well, and just kind of turning over my platform to some brothers because that's what we need. That support from one another, and that space to be able to be vulnerable and not feel like we're being judged or criticized, and it's just us. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yup. I mean, anybody that follows my platforms know I stand 10 toes down for black women. And I've accepted any title that they've called me as it relates to defending black women. So I could really give a damn about that. This is just the encouragement of the brothers that, like you said, they are apprehensive towards doing so. And really and truly, it's a very it's complex in nature, but it's simplistic in practice. That's the way I put it. It's complex in nature, but simplistic in practice. If it pains you to utter the words "protect black women," then I think you might want to reevaluate what you're doing and where you're going, because it shouldn't
Right.
pain you to even utter those words. And then more so beyond just uttering those words, then you got to put it into practice and not be afraid to check your uncles, you know what I'm saying, your pops, when you at the barbershop, when we're in these predominantly male dominated spaces. It's just like, don't be afraid to be the dissenting voice, essentially. I remember just recently, I was in the barbershop and guy came in and they just assumed that he was gay because he had his nails painted.
Mm.
And you could just see the energy in the room just shift. So me being me, I said, "Hey, bro, where you get your nails done? They look fire." Everybody looked at me like I was crazy. What? What? What the fuck? Hey, what? 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 So I'm just looking like, oh, is there a problem? Somebody got an issue?
Right.
Oh, okay, cool. So like I said, and in that moment, it's interesting because this is what I talk about in terms of us holding space for each other, right? In that moment, he was like, "Hey, yeah, man, what y'all got going for the weekend?" I was like, "Oh shit, well, I got this event that I'm finna pull up to." He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm finna go too. Me and my girl finna slide." Everybody heads dropped, and I saw it,
Mm.
and I called it out immediately. I said, "Oh, sounds like there were a lot of assumptions in this room right here.
Mm.
A lot of assumptions in this room." And I said, and I literally I told my barber, I was like, "Hold on, bro." I said, I really just shut the whole barbershop down. And the thing about it is, we need to see more of us doing it for people to understand that it happens. Because some people will hear what I'm saying and literally go, "Oh, that's cap. That didn't happen," because they're not used to seeing it at all. They're not used to seeing it. So I literally was just like, "Hey, bro," I told my barber, "Hey, bro, hold on a minute. Give me a second." I said, "What just happened just now is fucked up. And I'm calling this shit out right now. Because y'all swore up and down just because this man walked in and his nails was painted that he was gay. Tell me I'm wrong."
Mm.
And the thing about it is they gonna be honest. He was like, "Nah, bro, I'm gonna keep it a band with you, bro. You damn right I did." I said, "And why is that? Why is that? Something as simple as just having your nails painted
Right.
completely invalidates you?"
And then you make it seem as though him being gay is a bad thing. If that's how he chooses he want to live his life, then let him do him. But y'all made that
Exactly.
assumption
That
right
part.
out the gate.
That part.
I would never date a man that paints his nails. And that's fine. That's on you. That's fine. But there should not be any assumptions just made right out the gate about what he prefers just because his nails is painted. And that's the point that I'm making. Providing that space. Providing that space to say, you know what? Yeah. And I could tell the look on his face. He was even surprised that I was even standing up for him. Like, come on, bro. That shit is foul. That's foul. It ain't got no bearings on how you live your life. It ain't got no bearings on your bills getting paid. So what are we doing here? So I just wanted to share that
I
experience, man,
mean,
because we don't hear it enough. We damn sure don't see it
but,
enough.
but you know what? I speak. You know, I had this conversation. I had this conversation with somebody last night. Um, it seems like us men, we want to govern what other men do. Like just like what you said with the painted nails. We automatically, you know, just because of the fact that it's not how we grew up, it's not what we're used to. We have the audacity to go to other men and try to govern them and basically try to say, well, you know, because of the fact that this is what I believe, then I believe that you should be doing the same. You know, we for some reason we as men think that we are all we're all supposed to be on the same belief system, living the exact same lives, doing the exact same shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like that. It's just like you said. You know, if a man want to paint his nails, let him paint his nails. If a man has a sexual preference besides women, that's his prerogative. He has all the freedom to do that. But that doesn't take away from him being a man. You know what I'm saying? Like people need to understand that. But you know what? It is honestly, I blame that on the this old style way of thinking, you know, from our predecessors. That was how, you know, because that was how they grew up. So because of the fact that that was how they grew up, okay, automatically we got to be the same way. And we here to
Oh
tell them
yeah.
like, no, brother, like, no, my dude, times have changed.
Part of that too that I think oftentimes gets missed is this idea that asking a simple question, hey brother, how you doing? One of the things I've mentored hundreds of young men when I was in college and when I graduated, even still to this day, I hold space to mentor young men. And one of the things that I've found have been consistent across the board is most of the young men that perpetuate that type of sentiment to whereby they're so hyper focused on other men and what other men got going on, it's because they feel inadequate in some way, shape, form, or fashion in their own life. They don't feel as though they have control of their own life. So they project that off onto other men because if I can't control my life, then I need to control yours in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Even if it's just
Yep.
giving my unwarranted opinion, not realizing that could very well, let me retract that. They do realize they don't care, that it could very well be harmful and or detrimental to another. So in that, I asked the simple question, what's going on, brother? How
Mm.
you doing? How your mom and them? You know, what's going on? You all right? How your grandmas? How your aunties? How your nieces? Because
Right.
I'm
How
telling
your
you,
grandma on there?
hey, how your grandmom
Right.
and
Like
them?
how your aunts and uncles doing? Like,
Listen,
come
my
How
on,
your
man.
cousin them?
my
How
grandma
your
told
people
me
them?
this as a child. She said, "Do you want to know where a man's mindset is? Ask him how his relationship is with his mother and his grandmother, because one of the two was either present, if not the leading woman figure in his life. Ask him how he feels about her, and you will learn an abundance about that man. And let's be clear. That's not to discount those that were adopted. That's not to discount those that were in foster care, because I was in foster care the first 5 years of my life as well. However, just from a general sense, just ask that question. And I promise you, the answers that you're going to get are going to blow your mind. And part of that is breaking down this idea that just because you grew up a certain way or just because you were immersed in a specific environment doesn't mean you have to continue to perpetuate that, damaging generations to come.
Yes. Yes.
I,
In
yeah,
short,
because I'm
ladies,
guilty.
in short, what he's saying is expand your horizons. Do not have this tunnel vision of life. The world and life is bigger than that. It's bigger than what you have been taught, you know? And once you understand that, you will start to see so much that you can do and so much that life has to offer. So what's up, King Don? You were gonna say something?
I was just saying, I'm guilty of that as well because I grew up, you know, feeling like I need to protect my mother, you know. So I grew up more aggressive. So I grew up more, you know, what they would say with the masculinity ordeal. It's different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying? One thing that I know that that's killing and that like y'all was saying, like what is going on, why these people is men and women. And it's the part that, you know, they don't want to let their guard down. And it's pride. That's what it boils down to pride. Nobody don't want to let their pride go. So when you
Can I,
think of,
can,
when you think of the pride deal, and what do that mean? That means nobody want to be out there feeling like somebody can break them. I mean, what did they? It still is a slave mentality. And
respectfully, can I ask you a question, brother?
what's that?
Historically, why is their guard up?
I mean, it's trauma. People, I mean, you got screwed
Trauma
over
at
before.
the hands of who though?
Anyone that they don't want that trauma to happen to them again. It can be from somebody that stole from them. It can be anything. It's somebody dealing with something that resembles something that's similar to a traumatizing event. And everybody got this. Why do you think women walk around with their face suited and booted? Because they tired of getting fucked over. So they gotta
Right.
put up a wall. They gotta
So
put up, you know what I'm saying, some type of defense mechanism just because they feel like I dealt with y'all motherfuckers before. Same with men. Men. They got a wall up because they didn't dealt with, and the thing is all these messages is all out of
It-
bounds, and it is
so
like
so so let me ask something real quick. Mike, are we speaking in general for this conversation, or are we talking contextually about black men and black women?
Right now, right now, as far as the question is concerned, we are like, we just speaking in general, like
Okay.
because going back to the question. Let me pull it up for a second. Give me
Yeah,
like
because I
two
didn't,
sec.
I didn't, I got you. I didn't want to rebuttal his sentiment because, from a general sense, he is correct. However, I do think that we need to hold space for saying in plain language that black women are tired of being brutalized at the hands of black men. This is not a black men
Right.
and black women sentiment. This is a black men, we need to stop historically brutalizing black women. And the reason why I said I wanted to ask that question is sometimes we can end up disagreeing with one another and not understanding the nature of the conversation. From a general sense, he is absolutely correct. Women in general, historically, at the hands of men, have not been treated the best at all. However, contextually to this conversation here, I thought we were talking specifically about black men and black women. So I wanted to make sure I asked that question before I rebutted the brother because there was some factual sentiments to his statements.
Okay.
every person, so what was the like what is the main topic though?
The original question. So here was the original question at hand. Why don't black men, as a collective, acknowledge the bad apples and hold them accountable for making all of them look bad?
Oh,
That was the
because
question.
the thing is, we lost patience for foolishness. That's easy. We lost patience for foolishness. We say these motherfuckers gonna do whatever they gonna want to do. They not listening. They already. You gotta think from a child. They already think that they can tell a parent what to do, unless you correct that parent. Unless that parent correct that child. But we growing up now with people sitting up there, you know, there's a lot of single mothers and single fathers that their kids get away with certain things because the other parent is not in the house and they feel like, you know, it's called sympathy for the child. So Once you correct that shit, it'll be that's a bada boom, bada bang. But you gotta think, these kids is growing up 17, 16, 15 with pistols. I just seen something on the news where it was a 12-year-old that snuck out the house while his mama went to work for midnight shift, and his two friends shot him. No, realize what I said. His two friends shot him. So the thing is that as grown being, I'm 32, and the Bible do speaks. Have patience with foolishness and teach. But the thing is, as grown men that needs to get to their own thing, because it's not a lot of space, because everything getting grabbed up, all the food in the grocery stores is getting grabbed up. So you got to get yours for your family. It's more so of a self. Once we figure out how to stop being selfish, then that's when we'll figure out. But like I said, these are kids who already think they know everything. You got to think. And then the influence in the music. It's the music. You got the females telling, I don't need these NIGGs. And you got these dudes saying, I don't need these hoes, these BITCHs. We need more Isley brothers up in this motherfucker. We need more goddamn soul.
I think we're kind of getting off kilter here a bit.
Yeah.
I think he was referring more specifically to grown men as opposed to little boys, and I think that they're stuck in this sentiment here, right? Oftentimes, especially again, I'm talking specifically about the black household, right? We hear this statement, "Oh, when I was younger, I was the man of the house," and it's like, no, you weren't. You were a boy put in man situations. So I understand your sentiment why you're talking specifically about the teenagers, but we have to stop robbing our young children and teenagers of their childhood and call it what it is. They
But
are
when you got
children.
boys turning into men, that's kind
No,
of
no, no,
hard.
no,
That's
no,
why
no,
I
no.
said you need
That's
to
the
go
thing.
ahead and
That's
work
the
with the
thing.
men.
That's the thing. They're not turning into men though. They are
You got
little
grown ass
boys.
men on. You got grown ass
One
men.
Don, one at a time.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If you are not, you mentioned 14, 15-year-olds, right? Running around with pistols and whatnot. A pistol don't make you no man. So
That
in
part.
that, again, these are little boys lacking guidance, right? And then sometimes they do have the guidance from the household and they decide they want to do what they want to do. They are still little boys. And the problem is within our community, we have this innate desire to want to attach manhood to little boys. And we thereby rob them of their childhood.
So
And
you think we
recognize,
should start off
I'm sorry?
by? You think we should start off? So instead of teaching little boys how to grow up to be man, you think we should teach men how to be man so they can teach the little boys?
Wait, say that again?
You saying that instead of my theory and teaching these little boys how to be a man, you saying teach a grown man how to be a man so he can teach the little boys?
No, no, no. It's not about not teaching him to be a man, right? Because as a boy, we understand development, right? Developmental stages. He is growing into his manhood. The problem is we place that title on them far too early, sending their mindset to that of a grown man, especially in single parent households. That's the
But
point that I'm making.
you got to think about the business practice that's going on with them households. Don't you realize that like that this whole thing is like an agenda? You
No, no, no,
understand?
no, no, no. Here we go. Okay, I got you. Business perspective, right? I wrote this in my book. I promise you, I'm not flexing. I'm not promoting. I got 5 brothers. We used to hustle up at the Pathmark, up the street from my grandma's house. Now I don't remember the specific numbers. It's in my book. I don't want to embellish the numbers, but bottom line is us hustling by bagging bags and helping people to their car to get groceries and things of that nature. That's what paid the bills in the house. That did not make us men. That made us little boys being put into a man situation to take care of our household. That's the point that I'm making.
Hold
We
on.
weren't.
What is your definition of a man? First of all, because my definition of a man is someone that can handle their emotions in every single situation. Now, if you don't know how to handle your situation in every single situation, you're not a man yet. You might do man
Okay,
things.
okay. Contextually, we're talking about a single parent household and children, little boys paying the bills. So I guess if we're going to play semantics here, I guess we're going 18 and under. in that
Mm.
regard, being still under the household of your
Yeah,
parent,
I just seen a
assisting
little
them
boy
with the
on.
bills.
I just seen a little boy on TikTok smoking a blunt. So we need to go younger than that. And this shit is getting younger and younger. Soon we gonna start seeing 9-year-olds have fucking kids. So what I'm saying is that we need to stop having kids having kids. The thing is, everybody just stop giving a fuck, man.
No, but
Period.
but that's the thing though. That's the thing though. The sentiment that I'm pushing back against, because I don't want to get too far, because I feel like we're just straying away from the point. The original
We
question
not.
is
We getting
why?
deep.
No, no, no.
We
But listen,
getting deep.
no. I'm telling you,
Stop
I promise
scratching the
you.
surface.
No, we're in the shallow end. I can promise you. This is the point that I'm making. Attaching that title preemptively to little boys puts them into a mindset of an environment that they do not need to be in, thus robbing them of their childhood. And the reason of that is because as men, we need to call out one another more and support one another more in these types of situations. Oftentimes, you mentioned this earlier, the pride. As men, sometimes we feel, especially black men, we feel this pride. I can do it myself. I don't need no help. I can't show emotions. And I will acknowledge, I grew up in North Philly. Sometimes in some situations, emotions can very well get you off. However, I'm talking about privately holding space to be able to acknowledge and work through our emotions to limit these types of situations from happening to whereby we have other toxic black men in our community that are not doing the same. That's the point that I'm making.
Mm.
Can I speak to the question real quick?
Yeah.
So the question was, why are we not holding the bad apples accountable and allow them to make us all look, suspect?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think why that's not happening. First off, good evening to all the brethren.
What up?
How you doing?
I would say that the reason why we're not holding us accountable, us black men, those of us who are not doing right, is because we're still walking and are still adopting this "that ain't my business" type of attitude. It's like it didn't happen in my house. It's not my business. That's another grown man. We're gonna just let him do what he does. And also, with that attitude, with that mindset, also we're too afraid of confrontation. We're too afraid of confrontation. A lot of us are too afraid of breaking, quote unquote, the man code.
Facts.
And
It's
man
that
code,
slavery.
the man code says that you don't, essentially, in layman's terms, it means that we do not hold each other accountable. We let each other be dogs. We let each other dog women. We let each other, um, essentially lie and break the black woman and then turn around and call her crazy when we're the ones who injured her. We don't get to call her crazy. We don't get to call her this or call her that when we're the ones who put the stab wound in her. We don't need to tell her, you need to heal, black woman, when you're the one who stabbed her in the heart and in the back. And so we're too afraid of confrontation. We're too afraid of looking like simps. Hear what I said. We're too afraid of looking like simps as opposed to actually being one. And to be
Correct.
honest, and then also, there's another thing. This is off topic, but have we made simp a bad word?
I mean, simp is just rebranded
And
from
I
upper
think
class.
that honestly, but
it's,
here's the
it's,
thing though. Like, are we as black men seriously not going to hold our own accountable simply because of the fact that we are afraid to be called a certain word?
afraid of being looked at a certain way. And the issue that I'm having with us men is that we care more about how we look than who we really are.
Boom. That's it.
And
And to be honest with you, Jay Mills, I think yes, some young men are, and I'm gonna tell you why. Two very powerful words that I see in a lot of men: social acceptance. A lot of them didn't have that as children. We see it on this app all the time. Men linking up with other men that have their same toxic ideologies, and then they come across a mic, they come across a you, they come across, people like us on this panel that are holding space as well as having this conversation, and they don't know anything outside of their toxic belief system. So therefore, calling us a simp is them validating their thought process. So for some, while contextually it's just like it's almost absurd to accept, that is the truth of the matter. Some men want to be accepted by other men that think exactly the way that they do. So when it comes to the healing process of pushing back against that thought process, yes, they are afraid of not being accepted by their peers and being called the same. Does that make sense?
I'm getting tired. I ain't gonna say
You
that.
gotta
And
also know that this start off in school too. Like when you in school and everybody baking on one person, joking on one person, don't no one come in and say, "Hey, stop
Actually,
joking on that person."
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. It does happen. It did
It
happen. And
definitely
I'm on.
does.
And I speak. Let me go ahead and say this to you, to the point you just made. So we talk about social acceptance. So
Right?
one of my high school friends was one of those guys for me when I got to high school. His name just so happens to be Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors is pretty much like the next thing when it comes to, show business, the acting world or whatever. That man used to stand up for me when I was getting bullied in high school, our freshman year. Big, strong, muscular guy who don't take nothing from nobody, and he hates seeing guys, come after somebody smaller than them. Because I grew up like, a skinny guy or whatever, and he will jump in and do that. And also, when you're getting joked on or whatever like that, you're getting joked on by people whose lives suck. Okay? I didn't know that at the time when I was in high school, but I know it now as a grown-up. Looking back on it, it's like the guys who made fun of me, the guys who bullied me, their lives were terrible. Their lives are still trash.
Precisely.
These
Yes,
guys,
sir.
these guys were the society that I wanted to be accepted by, and now they're the society I'm trying to escape from. We care so much about everybody else who lives outside of these four walls that I pay for, and we need to stop that. We need to stop worrying about how we're going to look. That's the reason why a lot of times when I go outside wearing shorts or wearing my sweats and whatever, I'm not trying to go out there, look good and do all this stuff. What somebody said in the comments, insecurity. It's insecurity to correct another man because enough toxic men said that makes you look kind of suspect if you correct me. And it's not the case. I'm holding you accountable because I don't want to lose out on a good woman on account of your idiot self. Because as a black man who's been curved, just because I'm black and just because of the field that I'm in, women automatically assume everything about me, about my life, about what I'm going to require of them as my wife. And then it's like when I tell them of what I plan on doing, I get called a simp, not because it sounds so good, but because they don't believe that a black man is able to provide the life that I'm saying I have the ability to provide. And so if we hold other men accountable, that word simp is not even going to mean what it we mean it how we mean it now. It's not going to have the same definition later on. But we've got to get past this "it ain't my business" to hey, you know what? That's actually affecting me because
100%.
you are doing something that makes me look bad. And
I,
when I'm trying to love a black woman, she doesn't see me as Jason, the guy who's never cheated on anybody he's been with. She doesn't see me as Jason, the guy who is clean cut. You know what I'm saying? Before the word simp was around, we got called squares or L7s or whatever. I was the L7. I'm still the L7, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? They don't see
Me
that.
too.
They don't see that. Right. They don't see that.
Yeah.
They see a black man who looks like every bit of hell that they've been through when it comes to romantic relationships. And if we start holding each other accountable, we all win. Essentially, we all win. I would just say it like this. Black men, make it your business to correct each other. Don't leave it to nobody else. Don't leave it to the women. Don't leave it to the white guys. we got to start holding each other accountable and bringing each other up. That's how we bring each other up. We don't bring each other up by just, saying, oh, that ain't my business. You make it your business.
I wanted to introduce something else into the first of all, great points, great, phenomenal points. Another thing that I wanted to introduce to the conversation is that we have to also hold space to understand too that not all of us grew up the same way. And by what I mean by that is not from a general sense, but from a standpoint of, and I tell people this all the time, those of us that were raised on love versus raised on survival, we approach the world differently. We interact with the world differently. We interact with one another differently. So in that, you may not be able to understand something that your fellow brother has done. That's why we need to hold that space to say, hey, brother, what's going on? Dig deeper, ask those questions. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. But the problem is that pride started creeping in, and it's just like, nah, fuck that. I can't be this, I can't be that. When the reality is that you're not doing anything more than suppressing what you actually feel, keeping you from getting to that healing place that you could ultimately get to. So I think also in understanding that too, because I tell people all the time, I said, my children are going to be millionaires before they even get to high school. Well, what you mean by that? Exactly what I said. The access to resources that they have nowadays versus what I had, and I'm only 30. When I was growing up, oh man, come on. My children, they watch a 14-year-old who's been a millionaire since he was 3. I mean, come on. But somehow, when we start getting on that conversation of money, conversation starts shifts.
And I think we need to that's what we need. We need a shift in our thinking. We need a shift in how we operate. And let me go ahead and add one more thing. Since you did say that we all were not raised the same way, all of us do not have the same level of healing that some of us others have. And
agreed.
I do not want to use the excuse of hurt people. But I will say that black men have to, I guess, hold other black men accountable for their own healing so they don't keep making the same mistakes with women. Because a lot of times, and, without blaming women for anything really, blaming us for what we do and holding us accountable, they say, oh, well, this man has a broken heart. His mother was this way or that way, didn't have a father growing up, all that stuff. I'm 32 years old, man. Like, after a certain point, your healing is your responsibility. You don't get to say, oh, I've been hurt.
Facts.
And that's why I'm doing this. You don't get to say, oh, I was hurt. That's why I sleep with every woman who says yes or whatever. You're going to have to start holding your own self accountable and saying, look, it's my business to heal me. I'm not going to bleed on no other woman who didn't hurt me the way my mother hurt me, or vice versa, or saying, oh, my dad wasn't around. What's your dad not being around got to do with you knowing right from wrong when you know that you shouldn't be acting like this? You know what I'm saying? It's an excuse. And we gotta negate the excuse and shift our thinking from excuse making to man up, do what you gotta do.
I gotta push back against that a little bit, brother. I gotta push back against that a little bit. Sometimes, instead of looking at it as an excuse, sometimes we gotta hold space to understand it's a cry for help. Now, I will acknowledge that there are some that do use it as an excuse. However, in my experience, it's been more so a cry for help and a look for that father figure or brotherly type of figure. So adjusting how we approach the sentiment, because really and truly from a surface level, what exactly does man up mean? It means something different to each individual person because their struggles are going to be different. Their trials and tribulations are going to be different. So in that, what I oftentimes tell them is, while it may be an explanation, it's not an excuse.
And the only thing I will say with that, and you're not wrong. Only thing I'm going to say is that if that's the case, we need to stop dating, sleeping with, and all these, and having relations with women until we have that healing, until we find that help and get the help that we need. That's why I say man up,
I can
get the help
respect
you
that.
need.
I can respect that
Right,
perspective.
right, right. And I mean, it's almost like you need to come to her healed, the same way you want her to come to you healed. Like the woman that I desire, I want her to come healed. But as the man of the house, as head of my household, when I get married, I can't demand something from her that I can't bring. So my thing is, manning up for me means that you do not engage in relationships until that's healed. Because these women, they're not our therapists. They're not our mind readers. They're not anything but the women who are trying to love us. And you might end up marrying a therapist. When she comes home, she ain't your therapist. She's your wife. She wants you to massage her back. You know what I'm saying? Like do all this other type of stuff, man. And like, cater to her a little bit after she done, you know, therapied everybody else, man, and listen to everybody else's problems. She wants you to just shut up and listen sometimes to what she got going on, the same and vice versa. So Hey, your pushback is warranted. I appreciate it. I just think it's incumbent upon us men to not engage in relations, sexual or otherwise, until we're healed.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
agree. I agree.
Somebody
We
just
can't.
said in the comments. No, go ahead, Mike.
How do a person know that
We
they healed if they think they healed? Because I know a lot of people who be drunk who think they're not drunk. So how do you determine if somebody is healed if they think
Your
the way
mic
they
is
act?
muffed, Don. We can't
Sound
understand what you're
sound like
saying.
you
We can't
underwater
we
in a
can't hear you, good
microwave.
brother.
Yeah.
I mean,
He probably gonna come back, bro. It sound like he underwater in a microwave.
he good. He good.
Somebody said in
But
the comments. My bad. I wanted to Mike. I think you're finna go. What men tell me is that they don't feel safe talking to or opening up to other men. I thought that was a good one for us to address.
yeah, you know what? I do feel that. I do feel that comment. Simply because of simply because of what I was talking about earlier. There was one Swa. I know you were here for this one when I was
Yeah.
talking to other men. When I said to another man, like I was feeling sad because a woman, a woman broke my heart. A woman that I was with broke my heart, and the first person he said, "Man, fuck that bitch." You know what I'm saying? Like, because of responses like that, you got a lot of right. You got a lot of black men out here that look at other black men as like you want to address what's going on with you, but at the same time, you afraid of being judged. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
we as black men have to start being safe spaces for each other. That's how we diminish the trauma, the internal trauma that we as black men individually are dealing with.
Because it's about a brotherhood. And if you can't talk to your brother about the things that you're going through, regardless if it's, at your job, about dreams or about relationships, then you don't have that brotherhood that we constantly as a community tend to preach. So
Right.
it's hard to want to open up to somebody and then they don't, they make you feel silly for opening up with the whole mindset of get or basically I'm trying to figure out the way to word this. F women get money. That's how certain brothers response is when it comes to situations like that. Like F women get money, you know.
But
Yeah.
But that
oftentimes
doesn't
they
that does
off. You go ahead.
but that doesn't work. It's just repetitive at this point. Like F everything and get money as money is I'm having brain farts.
You good,
As
bro?
It's
the
Take your
all
time.
good.
industry.
Take your time, bro. You good.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man. They think certain fellas think that money is just the cure for everything. Money can buy happiness for know.
Mm.
Uh,
What
Hold
happened?
on
Yo,
one
what
second.
happened? There it
This one,
goes.
but um, but sorry about beat me to it. But anyway, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, there needs to be more brotherhood with us so we can feel safe with talking to each other about certain stuff and how we feel about the world around us. That's what I was trying to get out. There we go.
Yeah, and
I got
and
it.
here's the thing. But here's the thing. For any black man that's listening to this and thinking, oh, that's a load of BS. My thing is this: what do you think black women do at brunches? They go, they gather up in brunches. They gather up in brunches. They tell each other their problems. They hash out their issues, and then they going about their day. That's why when they do these brunches, that's why they be leaving so happy because they able to let go. Yeah, I speak. Know what I'm talking
Happy and healed,
about.
bro. Happy and healed. I'm telling you,
Man,
happy and healed. And I think also too, just to kind of build on Suave's
right,
point, this
right.
idea that we can't be vulnerable with each other because we'll demonize each other. And this is what I tell people all the time, especially young men, young black men. Shift the narrative. This whole idea that showing emotion is a sign of weakness really and truly is a fallacy that's been taught to us to suppress our emotions. And then internally, when we think about our own body, right? Bottling up all of that anger and all of that vitriol, it literally causes ulcers and shortens your lifespan, literally.
Hmm.
So in that, right? Thank you. Who's that? Exodia, or they'll say, "Oh, it's gay." That internalized homophobia that runs rampant in our community, and it's just like, no. When I told a young brother, I said, "Go ahead, brother. Go ahead and cry. Crying is one of the greatest signs of strength that you will ever exhibit." And he didn't
Yes,
know what to
I
do with that.
speak. I speak.
yes.
You know what I tell kids now and everybody now, even young adults. Crying like sweat is weakness leaving your body. If you want to get stronger, you have to cry it out.
Oh yeah, sometimes you gotta let that pain
Absolutely.
out, man. Let
And the
that pain
crazy,
out.
and the thing is, what Mike was saying. You said this is what women do. That's what turns us away from it. They say like, "Oh, well, see, that's just for women." No, I keep telling people all the time, men and women are actually a lot more similar than what we give us credit for.
Mm.
Women go through stuff. Men go through stuff. Matter of fact, I don't know where all y'all are from, but one of my favorite R&B artists is Lyfe Jennings. He said it best when he made that song "Cry." Even men go through problems sometimes, but
Mm.
we have to get in the habit of unloading it because if we don't, it's gonna unalive us.
Yep.
It's gonna unalive us slowly but surely. And the question is perfect. It's the topic is perfect. The fact that you've had all black men in the panel is perfect because we got to start talking about us. Because I'll tell you what I have heard with a lot of these women when they go into these brunches or whatever, man. A lot of times they're talking about us. They're not holding themselves accountable. Now, if we're going to change the narrative and shift the narrative, when we men get together, I guess the more masculine sounding thing is to have like a men's luncheon or whatever, something like that. You know,
Nah, fuck that. I like brunch. Fuck you talking about? I want some
Right.
mimosas. I want some motherfucking mimosas. Shit. Lila, hey,
Right.
They got the man mosa. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
There it is. There it is.
this guy
Yes.
and Mosa, I'm
And
down.
Man,
add some
boss,
shots into
I'm
that
with it.
too.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
with
Well,
it.
well, you know what? You know what? Let's not just talk about it. Let's be about it. In May,
Yeah.
June-ish, I'm coming back to the States. Let's plan. Let's plan a men's retreat. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's plan a
Yeah.
men's retreat. Let's get together. Let's iron out the details. Pick a city, pick a state, and let's do it. Because
Kan-
this is what needs to
Yeah.
happen.
Kansas City,
Yes.
Not
middle of the
Kansas City.
country.
Right.
Slap dab
Hmm.
in the middle.
Yeah.
Listen,
Right.
li-
Right.
listen,
Midwest swamp.
listen. We
Midwest
we
swamp.
we need to outrank the dominant demographic in the area. Okay, I'm not coming to
Hey,
Trumpsville.
no, yeah, right.
For
We're
real.
not going to
Yeah.
Idaho or Oklahoma. No, none of that.
Kansas
Hey,
City.
listen, and I don't go nowhere without my yapper. You know what I'm saying? And if you're picking up what I'm putting down, you know what I'm saying?
Amen. Amen. But honestly, hey, let me say it like this though, man. Let me say it like this. Because, you know, when I hear about these like men's brunches, first off, I hate the word brunch. I feel like brunch is for rich white folk. All right. But I like breakfast. I like lunch. I like separation of the two. Separate but equal. All right. I believe in segregation of the two. But if we're gonna have lunch at like 12 o'clock, which is how I was taught, you know, we're gonna do this men's thing, this TikTok men's thing or whatever. Let's do it in Kansas City where we can have some good old fashioned man barbecue. You feel me?
Listen, I got some folk down in Tennessee and what's that?
Memphis.
Alabama and Mississippi that'll argue with you now.
Hey, look.
Yeah. You know,
Sir,
and Memphis will argue with you about that one.
Oh
sir,
hell yeah.
let me tell you something. I'm a Texas boy, okay? Barbecue is very, very important to me.
Yes,
I've had it
sir.
all. I have had the traditional Texas barbecue. Let me just tell you the spots out here, man. They got Kansas City Joe's and they got Gates out this way, man. Let me just tell you, the place is nice, baby. And then, you know, I've had barbecue fest in Memphis before. Okay? But if we're gonna do it, man, let's have some good old fashioned man barbecue. Let's talk about the man stuff, the black man stuff. State of the black male union, baby. But
That's what I'm talking about.
we gotta start doing better, man. We just gotta start doing better overall. And really just making each other do better, man.
Listen, as a Californian, I've only had California barbecue.
Oh, you're missing out, brother.
Man,
you're
as a
missing out.
Californian,
Wait a minute
I've only
now.
had
California, no.
Man, I hear
California barbecue. I don't
California
trust
got some barbecue,
I'm
but
sorry.
listen, trust me, I get you because, like, listen, I've seen barbecue places in the South, in Texas, and in the ATL. I need to try that for myself because the only barbecue spot that is popular back home in the Bay Area where I'm from is a spot called Everton Jones in Oakland, California, and that's black owned, and they got multiple locations in the Bay Area, one in Oakland and I believe one in Berkeley, California. But I need to experience something else.
Oh, yes, sir.
I got my taps watering.
And listen, yes, sir. Hey, I'm finna check out. But yeah, Mike, hit me offline. Let's actually start putting some logistics together for it. And this is the way that I see it. We're gonna hold space for a certain average group number. Anything after that, if they show up, they show up. But we need to start putting some feet behind these things that we're talking about and actually hold these spaces together. And waiting for the app to come together to do something for us. Let's fucking put that shit together. Same way Blamazon put the Blammies together. Let's put this shit together. Black male retreat.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm with it.
Let's make it happen.
I'm with it all day. All day.
Hey, look, and on the way up here, man, y'all can sing the song. It's a black song from a black movie. I'm going to Kansas City. Kansas City, here I come.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey.
You know
Yes, sir.
Like, and Gates Barbecue, I believe, is a black-owned like chain up here.
Okay.
Word.
So we can all meet at Gates.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, Gates is good, bro. Gates is good, bro. And so I say we do it up here, middle of the country. We can even make it like an annual thing. You know what I'm saying? And we got guys from all walks of life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We got media guys. You know, I don't know if y'all heard about Big Mike over here, but like the man got his own production company now. That man's
let's go.
That man's about to be on national television. Yeah. Come on,
let's
man.
Go.
You know what I'm saying? You got me.
Yes, sir.
You got a clergyman, community, you know, activist, liaison, all that stuff, man. Like, you got other black men from other walks of life, man. Like, come on,
absolutely.
Man.
You got an educated Navy man right here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Military.
Educated military man.
Listen,
man. I mean, hey,
listen. Hey, we can't forget my man Swag coming through. breaking down stereotype after
Yeah.
stereotype, holding space consistently, breaking those molds,
Thank
man.
you.
We got so
The number one
much
Thank
blood.
you. I
talent,
appreciate it, man.
so much talent, so much
Thank you, man.
Yes,
education.
indeed.
We got to start coming together, man. We got to start coming together. And the first step
Thank you
is
so much.
having and holding spaces like this, whereby we can talk through these things and even disagree while not being disagreeable. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, will we get passionate at times? Hell yeah, we gonna get passionate at times. You know what I'm saying? But does that mean that we gotta fuss and fight each other at every single tooth and nail? No, we don't. No, we don't. And at times, you know, that passion and that anger and that emotion, we need to let that shit out, man. If we can let it out
Yes.
positively with our brothers to say, you know what, I appreciate your sentiment, brother. You know what I'm saying? Even if you feel offended in that moment, say, you know what, I understand you're passionate about what you're talking about, but let's keep on trucking through. I agree to disagree. Or you know what, I accept that disagreement. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate what the brother Mills said. He's like, you know what, your pushback was valid. You don't hear that too much. And I'm gonna be real with you. One of the things that I told myself in this new year, all that hate and vitriol and discontent, we gotta let that shit. We gotta let that shit ride. We gotta let this shit ride. We gotta
Yes.
hold space to let that emotion out, let it go, and move on. Let it out, let it
Yes.
go, and move on. Not to
Yes.
invalidate in that moment. Hold space in that moment. Oh yeah, we definitely gonna get Odie. Definitely,
Gotta
100%.
get
Yeah,
Odie.
most definitely.
Definitely.
We gotta
Gotta
get
have
Got to.
Professor
Odie.
Odie.
Oh yeah,
Gotta have Odie.
Conscious is texting me right now, so we gonna get we
Yeah.
gonna
Oh
get the
yes.
shooters out. We definitely gonna get
Please
the
bring
shooters out.
yeah, bring on brother
We gotta get
Conscious.
Conscious to dance though. You gotta get Conscious to get a little.
Listen, we're gonna
You
have
gotta
a
be
impromptu
Yeah.
dance party, and Conscious gonna lead it.
right.
Hell yeah.
And hey,
Bro,
Genty too now.
Oh, Genty,
Genty too
Genty's a
now.
DJ.
Come
Genty's a
on
Bring
now.
DJ.
yes.
Come on
Genty
now. We can't
DJing.
forget Genty.
Come on, man. Come on.
let me tell
Got
you right
to.
now. Let me tell you like this, man. I'm the type of guy who knows how to disagree with people and still love them. All right, I
Absolutely.
do it all the time with the fellas I work with at the church, bro. It's like we do not agree, but we love each other. We're
Absolutely.
not going to let a
Yeah.
disagreement. We're not going to let a disagreement. It's a disagreement. We don't agree. We're two separate people. We ain't got to agree.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I don't agree with Mike all the time. All right, but you know what? I do it. But you know what? Me and Mike disagree all the time about him wearing a shirt. All right, and this time he's actually wearing a jacket. And by the way, Mike, so I Speak and Mooney were both in my live the other night. So, like, Mooney got mad at me because I told you to wear a shirt. She's like, if he starts wearing shirts now because of you, I'm gonna be really disappointed. And I said, look, Bam, it's just us. It's just us. He ain't got to be doing all that. All right. TikTok will banana you for pulling out. Look, man. TikTok will banana you for pulling out weapons of mass destruction.
You know
You
what,
gotta,
man? Man, hush.
you gotta put the guns in the
Man,
holster. You
sit
feel me?
down, something.
You gotta put the guns in the holster, man. Like, come on now. Like, you can't be pulling
Man,
stuff out like that, bro. You gonna scare people, man.
Listen.
you know
TikTok
what?
at the end of the day,
You better make me bring back the hashtag Mute J Mills. Keep on it. Keep on now. Mute J Mills.
Hell yeah. Hey, listen, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And as always, hey, keep
Love
it
y'all.
black. Absolutely. But
Man,
yeah,
You too, bro.
let's put some legs behind that shit though.
Yes, sir.
We'll do, man. We'll do.
All
I'll
right,
be hitting
y'all.
you up real soon.
Okay.
All right.
yes,
All
sir,
right.
man.
Yo, I'm finna go ahead and shut it down for the night. But yo, J Mills, Swah, man, I sure appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all and all the other brothers that came up in here for real, man. Love y'all, man. For real.
No problem. Thank you for working with me with my technical difficulties.
Oh, all good, man.
Dog, you
All good.
froze.
All good
Dog, you froze.
indeed.
You was making probably like the most profound point ever, and you just were like frozen. And I was like,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fighting the air. But
Can you
like,
say
yeah.
HBD? Happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday, Tessa.
Happy birthday, Tessa.
Tessa.
And many more.
And many more. All right, y'all. I'm going to shut
All
it
right.
down. Appreciate y'all.
Take care, everybody. And that's on the
All
Dragon Zord.
right. Yeah.
And that's on the Dragon Zord. All right, let's go, man.
Dun, 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 dun.
Da-da-da.
Be yourself. Be yourself.
Hey, weird. Y'all, that was just day one. That was just day one. Day one of Questions for Black Men. Now y'all see why this is such a popular live series. This was just day one, y'all. Saturday is going to be day two. Saturday at, Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, y'all, Questions for Black Men Day 2 will be on Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank y'all so much, for real. Everybody that joined, everybody that's been gifting, commenting, to the brothers that were up in here, for real. And to everybody up in here. Woo, I got a long ass list. It's gonna take a while, y'all. For those of y'all who are just joining me, I do like to shout out the ones who are on my viewer list, those who I can see. So yeah. So to everybody up in here, Nisi, Arcadia, Tazzy, Exodia, Shix, Rainbow Black, Rabbits, Caramel, Roku, Delicia, Adia, Rolanda, Miss Ambitious, Desiree, Keely's mom, Tony, Topaz, Chanel, Styles, Kenya, Miss Bubbly Smile, Kisa, Trey, Fires, Heavy Land, Random Lady to You, Aaliyah the Simp, Exotic Girl Steph, Nubian Styles, Queen Son, Renee, Crazy T, Danielle, Mogul, Miss Joy, The Real Miss Renee, Language Lady, Latrice, Scooby, Star, Meal, Fat Cake, Snacks Girl, Ellen Cooper, Mika Millionaire, JoJo, you heard, Sun is Elevating, Ren Smith, the rest only one COVID, Kaylin, Queen Vane, Miss Casey, Jay, Bunny Hom, My Big Navy Cottage, ABC Designs, Sabrina K, Rory King, Deborah, Ann Shep, Tia Baby, Mom Body Soul Healer, Cashmere Brown, Jalen, QWERTY, Janet, That's Ray, Bobby Howard, Hot South Chicken, Caribbean Black Barbie Gal, Harry Mingo, Miss Maddie, Miss DR, Nicole Roy, Queen Nay, Twinkle Eyes, Miracle, Candace, Remy, Danielle, Diamond Black, Masters, Artemis, Misha, Vet, Fire, Mo, Moel, Natasha, Black Freeman, Creature, Skate Gorgeous, Ellen, Miss Keezy, Jazz, Unknown Girl, Carnage, P. Caldwell, Drink to Shrink Nola, Kimber, Just for You by Nikki Sales, Buki Britt, Latea, and Black Tyrion. Everybody up in here, even you, Tori, I see you, baby. And to my brothers, Swa, Unk, T-Bean, Black Wing, I Speak, Problematic, all the others. Thank y'all for this wonderful first day of Questions for Black Men. Andre, I hope I can get you in for Questions for Black Men day 2. That'll be on Saturday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we're going to do this all over again. I still got many questions to ask. For those of y'all, for the black women that are up in here, please email me your questions at MikeTheVoice85@gmail.com. That is all lowercase, MikeTheVoice 85@gmail.com. Email me your questions, or you can wait, or you can wait until Saturday and just give me your questions as you are in the comment section, and we will answer them the best way we can, all with straight up honesty. I will definitely be here, my brother. All right, Andre, I'm gonna be looking out for you, my guy. All right, I have a lot of questions for y'all. All right, Aaliyah, the simp again. Email me at MikeTheVoice85@gmail.com. Give me as many questions as you can, and that goes for all the other black women. There's no limit to how many questions you can ask. Say that email one more time. That is MikeTheVoice85@gmail.com. Lowercase MikeTheVoice 85@gmail.com. In fact, I will put it in here one time for the one time. So y'all can physically see it. There's the email right there, y'all. MikeTheVoice85@gmail.com. All of y'all jot down that email. Send me your black women, send me your questions. Black men as well. Whatever black men as well. If you are a black man and you have questions for black women, please email me your questions as well. Wow, this has been such a success already. Thank y'all so much for your time, your attention. Everybody that's gifted me, thank you so much. Everyone that has gifted my panel, thank you so much. I will see y'all Saturday. All right, y'all. Man, it's just been a beautiful moment. I'm very ecstatic right now, and I'm very excited for day 2, y'all. I can't wait for Saturday to get here. Man, oh man, been a beautiful live indeed. Well, until next time, y'all. I am Mike the Voice. Take care. God bless. Be the very best at everything you do. Keep it black. Black men, y'all are wonderful. Black women, y'all are beautiful. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are gorgeous. And I love you. I love you to life. So, always remember that. And never, ever, ever let anybody tell you different. All right? I will see y'all soon. Love y'all. The voice has spoken.